Everybody. We're starting to get a little bit closer to the real start time. I did have a meeting today, but it didn't go as long, and what's going on here? All right, good. We've got quality options. So brace yourself. Went and did something really nice, but really inconvenient for the stream. There have been updates not only to Industries of Titan, but Phantom Brigade as well. So we are absolutely spoiled for choice as far as the games are concerned. I've decided to do Titan number one because I said I was going to do that, and then number two, when both games sort of went to a slower update cadence, I sort of feel like Industries of Titan sort of got the short end of the stick for a really long time. And I really like Industries of Titan. It's actually, I think, the first one that sort of Brace Yourself reached out and offered me a key for. Obviously, I am tremendously fond of this developer. And so I think Titan's always going to have a special place in my heart for that reason. But on top of that, it's just a very good and interesting game. I definitely feel like it's aligned with my interests. It's got a great name. I think Industries of Titan is possibly one of the best names for a video game ever. But on top of all of that, if you can just give me a second here, I think I forgot. Yeah, we're good. On top of that, it's kind of neat to have these two poles of games because Phantom Brigade, as far as the style of game, is much more aligned with the sort of thing that I would play day to day. So like on a any given day, I think it's fair to say that I would probably play a game more like Phantom Brigade than I would Industries of Titan. And it's not because I don't like, city builders or Sims. I think it would be fair to say it's a little bit like, just because I'm wearing the shirt that I wore today, I took that one out of the closet, it doesn't mean I hate the other shirts. But I think probably my default tends to be something closer to games like Phantom Brigade. And Industries of Titan, I think, is really interesting because thematically, it's a game that I probably relate to a little bit more. And it also, I would argue, is probably the game I'm better at. I'm slow at the game, but I think overall I seem to be able to do things in this game that I'm sort of like, yeah, I'm kind of proud of that. And in terms of Phantom Brigade, I've definitely had some plays where I feel really good about what I've done. But Industries of Titan, there's a couple ones where I can be like, yeah, this is good stuff. But again, it's not a competition. I think both games are excellent. We're certainly spoiled for choice if we limit ourselves to the Brace Yourself catalog. But it's, of course, always worth mentioning that I have been given a copy of the game for promotional purposes. Although I did actually buy a copy on Steam as well. So now I don't need to say it. No. But the first thing we're going to do, I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom, and I should have done that before I started the stream. But we're going to take a minute, and we're going to read patch notes like I always do. There was a time when Industries of Titan would do Roman numeral updates, and I kept joking that I couldn't wait for update 30, and I assumed that it would be the entertainment and amenities one. But Roman numeral jokes are not exactly in vogue, so I think probably most people, it took some explaining on it. But from what I understand, there may be another update before the game gets a 1.0 launch. So definitely this is unexpected. I actually had switched to the experimental branch, so I'm hoping that we get update 25 with that. If we don't, I don't mind taking the time to sort of correct things in the in my library and such. But before we do any of that, let's shake the present before we open it, right? So update 25, campaign mode. Patch highlights campaign mode, rest control of Titan, one sector at a time. Mental health, 2 new buildings, parks and hospitals. Rival arrival, 5 new rivals to compete against. Jumpstart, a host of new starting bonuses, and more. See the full patch notes below. Changes and new features. The Saturn icon indicates changes due to community feedback. Campaign mode has been added, offering a whole new way to play the game. Rest control of Titan, one sector at a time in this new game mode. Each sector will have a different scenario for you to overcome. Each victory will reveal more of Titan to explore and conquer. Earn council favor from victories that you can use to access powerful bonuses. The higher the victory tier, the more council favor you will earn. Once favor is spent, it can only be reset 3 times per campaign. How you doing, Chunky Man Gamer? Oh, did you not get to see Terra Invicta when... Oh, that's right, because you were gone before. Good to see you again. I was actually... the meeting I was in was sort of Cultist Simulator related. Are you gonna be coming in with a new name each time? At least this one's a little bit easier to me, a little bit easier for me to recognize. Anyways, sorry. Once favor is spent, it can only be reset 3 times per campaign. Conquer 2 of the special highlighted sectors to claim ultimate victory and earn a seat on the council. Conquering highlighted sectors will grant a large amount of favor. Okay, this is actually really helpful to get this information. Campaign scenarios use elimination rebel activity, meaning destroying all the rebel camps on a map will stop rebel waves for that session. Interesting. I have a feeling there were a lot of conversations about that option. Please note that the campaign victory sequence is still being worked on and features some placeholder elements right now. 2 new buildings have been added. Hospitals increase the health regen of citizens living nearby, increases nearby livability. Residences affected by hospitals will display healing VFX and can be upgraded and connected to improved healing effects. Parks significantly increases the livability of nearby residences. Citizens will gather around parks during leisure time and can be upgraded and connected to increase livability effects. 5 new rivals have arrived. New rivals: Kenarari, a generalist and an industrial goal set; Tiangara, an aggressor with a military goal set; Kota Tendo, a generalist with an economic goal set; Arena Kirki, a pacifist with a political goal set; and Rin Kirki, an aggressor with a military goal set. Rivals' portrait will be displayed in the Rivals section of the Victory Conditions tab. Rival corporations have their own unique logos. Rival ships now have unique colors to help differentiate them from players' ships. New victory cards. Energy Empire focuses on victory points relating to energy. Logistical Leader focuses on victory points related to transportation and logistics. New starting bonuses. Experimental fuel tanks. Fuel silos automatically fill up when next to crevices. Fuel silos have less health and bigger explosion when destroyed. Fuel turbine buildings are less effective. Man, that is a really interesting... I think they're swinging for the fences with these new bonuses, it looks like. Superhighways. Trucks are much faster on roads. Roads grant negative livability. Cheap construction materials. Buildings take less time to build but have less health. And Slumlord. Residential buildings can house more citizens. Citizens generate more waste. Oh man, that's interesting, because I remember I'd had a joke in an early... This probably isn't where it came from. I'm not trying to imply that, but I made a joke earlier that's like, hey, you could do like, all you got to do is just build buildings out of waste and call it low cost housing and just raise the rents on everything else. But like, what's funny is that you can actually kind of see how, like, so I'm just being an idiot when I say something like that, right? But what's interesting is that if you actually think of the components of that silly idea, there are actually mechanics that you can put inside of the game, where you gain more citizens, but citizens generate more waste. And of course, because you have more citizens, it kind of creates this flywheel of garbage. So that's kind of neat. New tech and tech changes. Add 11 new techs to the tech web. Hospital healing rate level 1 and 2 increases the hospital healing rate. Hospital power requirement decreases power needed to run a hospital. Air purifier power requirement decreases power needed to run an air purifier. Science lab power requirement decreases the power needed to run a science lab. Park power requirement decreases power needed to run a park. Fan power requirement decreases the power needed to run a fan. Building construction time decreases the time it takes to construct a building. Building upgrade time decreases the time it takes to upgrade a building. Building connection time decreases the time it takes to connect a building. And device construction time decreases the time it takes to construct a device. TechWeb is now always accessible. You will be able to start researching new technology from the very beginning of the game. Building and staffing science labs will still increase your overall research speed, and the time it takes to complete the first few techs has been increased slightly to make up for being able to start researching immediately. Other changes: added VFX to some of the upgrades research from the tech web. The community feedback here: added employee module to the full-time worker management list. This will let you assign and unassign employees to employee modules from anywhere using the employee management panel. Another community feedback: ship blueprints that contain devices that have not been researched yet can be used. There will be a warning displayed on the blueprint selection to tell you which devices will not be built. Added a warning when a processor is unable to function due to too much waste on the floor. Added a flag above rebel ships to indicate when they are attacking the rival. Tech web zoom level will be saved when exiting and re-entering the tech web. In progress research window will now display the bottom right of the HUD in the tech web. This should make it easier to navigate the web while research is ongoing. Selecting or placing a turret will display all existing turret ranges. I always thought it was like that, but that's neat, and that's community feedback. Change the default priority list for ship crews. Aha! Let's see what's going on here. This should improve repairs made by the crew aboard ships with default priorities to help. Oh, wait a minute. I think we might have seen this in the experimental patch already. This should improve the repairs made by crew aboard ships with default priorities to help make employees operate devices more consistently after the ship has taken heavy damage. When ships are not in combat, employees will prioritize repairing damaged devices over operating devices, and things will only affect ships built after this patch is applied. Balance, reworked livability, and the citizen job systems. Citizens can now work any job, no matter how far it is from where they live. Oh, interesting. I like that idea a lot, actually. I wonder, though, if maybe they'll make a little bit less money because of the time it takes them to walk to work. The population overlay will now show lines between residences and jobs, indicating which citizens are working where. Citizens needing to travel long distances for work will have decreased livability. Okay, so not decreased money, but decreased livability. Interesting. Citizens that live close to where they work will have high livability. Most buildings will now decrease or increase livability of the residences near them. Added city livability stat that can be seen in the top of the migrant ship tab. Having a high city livability will increase the amount of migrants on incoming ships, while a low city livability will decrease the amount of migrants on incoming ships. Neat way to handle that. Because I was thinking that right now there's not a lot of penalty for me being a bit of a jerk, and that's going to actually make sure that oh man, actually I may wind up building residences and offices now that I think of this. I really shouldn't it's all well and good to sit down and theorize all this stuff, but clearly playing the game is going to be the way where I figure this all out. Okay, rebel balance. Rebel waves will always try to spawn ships above a rebel shipyard with a standing rebel HQ. If there are no rebel shipyards, ship will spawn randomly around the edge of the map. That's a neat idea, actually. I kind of always imagined it should work that way, but clearly it didn't. But this is kind of neat now. It actually gives you an argument for keeping the shipyards open. I mean, in fairness, I always kind of beeline for the headquarters anyway. But the fact that you will potentially be able to know where the enemy is coming from is very useful. So in that case, it may be desirable to actually leave a rebel shipyard, possibly even one rebel base in a favorable location until you're ready to sort of strike the final blow. An on-screen indicator has been added when a rebel attack wave spawn. This will show the general direction the attacking ships will come from. The rebel aggro meter fill rate is now affected by how many camps are present on a map. The more rebel camps on the map, the faster the aggro meter will fill up. Interesting. Destroying a camp will still cause an immediate spike in aggro, but will reduce the rate that the meter fills up over time. Man, there's some really clever changes in this one. And community feedback: reduce the amount stored energy contributes to the aggro meter. This should help cities that power defense turrets with batteries not see large spikes to the aggro meter when the batteries recharge. Other balance changes: starting influence reduced from 50 to 40, widen the range for minimum and maximum possible health on inert ruins, and adjusted the requirements for many of the victory points. Finally, there's a series of fixes. Fixed missing turntable images for the auto shield and employee module devices. Fix an issue with manually targeted lasers not keeping their target positions after save load. Fixed an issue where ships could get stuck in a dismantling state. Fixed an issue with activated tanks appearing empty after a save or load. Fixed resource tooltip showing incorrect next resource tier to switch to when tier 3 was selected. Fixed the issue where input modules could appear stuck if they had resources inside when the processor they were attached to got changed for a different level. Resources will now be automatically discarded if a different level of processor is connected. Fixed attacking rebel ships becoming idle if they manage to defeat the rival city. Fixed an issue with priority list for ship crews not always being followed correctly by crew. Fixed default repair at value for generator L, requiring 2 of the tiles of the device to be damaged before the crew start repairing it. Fixed crew not repairing a device for the first tiles to get damaged on if the first tiles to get damaged on it were inaccessible. Fixed patrolling rival ships so that they will no longer intercept rebel ships that are targeting the player's city. Fixed a crash that could happen if the mouse hovered over certain elements of the ship management panel when a ship was destroyed. Fixed no tooltip displaying when hovering over the copy button when it is not available. Fixed the audio log background audio playing indefinitely if it was stopped at certain points. Fixed header overflowing in the game over screen. Definitely, we've read some of these before. When the player loses from lack of storage. Fixed a number of triggers in the modular tutorial not working correctly. The advisors now offer better advice depending on your in-game situation. Fixed the Gatling gun codex entry not unlocking after building a large Gatling gun. Fixed a tutorial not updating when key bindings were changed for camera movement keys. Fixed livability info not appearing on habitat pods unless a monetization station was built. Fixed the science labs not showing that the research efficiency upgrade per employee in their tooltip. Fixed rivals' victory cards not being revealed if they were defeated before all tiers were unlocked to view. Fixed an issue where dragging folders in the ship employees management window could sometimes redistribute the folder contents. Fixed never repair setting in the ship employee management window getting reset after losing or gaining a crew member. Fixed the launch on button on shipyards appearing available when the ship was being repaired. I probably should have seen how many of these were before I started reading them. Fixed rotate device CCW not having a key binding option. Fixed processors with multiple outputs displaying a full flag if only one output is full. Fixed grid lines appearing between AI power buildings and player pylons when they were built close to each other. Fixed the end-of-day balance in the credit tooltip displaying a negative value instead of 0 when salaries can't be paid. Fixed filters displaying on waste receptacles even though they can only store waste. Fixed an issue that caused the fully staffed achievement to not unlock right away. Fixed the arm to the teeth achievement, not unlocking after a ship with full weapons has redocked and undocked again. Fixed mineral monarchy and isotope so. Achievements not tracking resources mined from resource nodes or resources obtained from obsidian ruins. Fixed this moon ain't big enough achievement, unlocking under incorrect circumstances. Fixed making connections achievement, unlocking before the building actually connected. Well, we need to just reset all of the achievements to make sure that there's no stolen valor in the achievements. Fixed staying alive achievement, unlocking under incorrect circumstances. Fixed feeling gassy achievement, unlocking of the fuel turbine didn't have an employee assigned. Fixed all aboard achievement, unlocking the ship if the ship had max crew pods but no crew. Fixed rebuild, die, repeat achievement, sometimes counting buildings that were not fully rebuilt. Fixed the shields up achievement, not triggering at all. A fixed power overwhelming, not counting rebel ships that were destroyed from oxygen being drained. Now, I am going to take a second here with known issues because one thing I feel really bad about is reporting stuff that's already known. So, some localization is still missing from the game. Connected and upgraded parks are missing thumbnails on their selection panels. Employees currently prioritize storing resources in the closest available storage rather than one that is accessible by trucks. If you think your employees should be using trucks when they are not, please make sure that there's no valid storage that is not connected to a road for that resource within walking distance of the mine. Sometimes an attacking rebel ship can become ungettable when it should be destroyed, causing the attack wave to persist indefinitely. This can be resolved by saving and loading, which will allow you to finish off the ship and end the attack wave. Energy plants may not display a no fuel tag if there is a small amount of fuel left in a fuel tank, but not enough to run the energy plant. Turning on single repeat in the music player will not stay toggled on when the music player is closed. Removing workers from a ship with a shield generator can cause the shield to appear to still be on with nobody operating the device. If a building is renamed during construction, canceling that construction will cause the name to be applied to the empty tile. Not a bug, that's a feature. If a resource in the spaceport or council building is required for construction, what is it? Geologists have a saying, rocks remember. That resource is not prioritized and construction will take longer than usual. If a building is not constructing, we recommend canceling the construction and placing it again so that different resources are reserved. This usually occurs with Isotopes 1. If resources are filtered from a container to be moved to a different one, they can still be used for construction, causing longer than usual wait times. To solve, re-enable the filter on the box if they are in to cancel the move resources job so they can be used for construction. Resuming a save file will show negative fuel if the game starts paused. Unpausing will resolve the issue. Some tutorial pieces do not have VO currently. Will need to be advanced manually. If your computer turns off in the middle of the game due to power loss or updates, Steam Cloud Sync may corrupt your save files. My problem right now is that Epic is telling me that my save files are too big. I think I might have a way of solving that, but I don't remember the directory offhand. Or do I? I'll try something before I start the game. If the entrances to citizen devices, Habitat Pod's monetization station, conversion capsule are blocked, citizens will lie on the ground, in the air, or through other devices. Again, why fix this? If a building is entered while paused, sometimes all employees and citizens will be in a T-pose. Trucks may not travel extremely long distances in a very big city. Windows end users... Am I missing something? We'll need to install the Windows Media Feature Pack from the Windows Store. It's required to play the videos in the game. Linux users have significant trouble getting the game to run via Proton. We are not officially supporting Linux at this time, so there is not a lot we can do for you. Sorry. Performance can decline in the larger a city gets. It's possible but rare for the camera to become stuck when exiting a ship in combat. Phoning an advisor during a step where instructed to view the panel will cause their dialogue to be cut off in favor of the final step of the linear tutorial, and when two factories are connected, their interiors and exterior will flip around. So, thank you, QA, who are actually talented at like 101 different things and make me mad and ashamed that I'm not as good. I'm going to take a quick second here just to see if I can fix a little something from the Epic Store. Oh. Nuts. I know there is a folder that has this. Let me see if I can find this in the Discord really quick. Oh, hang on. I think I might remember this now. What I'm looking for is the save folder for Industries of Titan. And I remember Brace Yourself Games has Phantom Brigade, but I don't think it has Industries of Titan. And if I look for Industries of Titan, no, that's not it. It's one last thing I'm going to check. So there's a lot of oh, hang on. So apparently there's something in the Epic Games launcher folder. Almost a gigabyte. Interesting. That's not helping me though. Yeah, actually this isn't helpful at all. Okay, sorry. I'm looking for a different thing. Okay, oddly enough, so sorry to spend so much time looking at this, but I actually just saw a message I left that says where this folder is. So clearly I'm not following my own advice. Oh, weird. Interesting. I'm looking at these different folders and they seem to be indicating what? So apparently I have a gigabyte of photos from Industries of Titan. Oh, I get it. Because it's all debugger stuff. Okay. Sorry about that. So what I'm trying to do here is make it, traditionally the game is loaded a little bit slower for me because Epic keeps complaining about the folder being too big. Yeah, so cloud storage April 23rd, 2020, newer file October 26, 2022. So I'm going to say upload to cloud. Now, usually what happens here is it says it's too big. You only have so much space. And now I don't know what's happening. Okay. So that didn't solve it. I think I'll do continue. I mean, maybe the answer here is just delete everything, but I feel like that's... I don't have that many saved games. Anyways, I've spent too much time trying to solve this as is. I need to go to the bathroom, so please enjoy the opening cinematic.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Okay, my apologies for the absence. So, October update campaign, hospitals and parks. Campaign mode, new rivals, hospitals, parks, updated livability, more starting bonuses, previously done, all of those. So, planned future updates, quality of life, victory conditions, music, new map locations, tech web nodes, and character interactions. Okay, so I am very sorry to do this. I'm actually going to delete everything here, and that's going to include the previous campaign that we were working on, but that's just to try and resolve. I'm actually sorry, I'm a little worried about this epic thing, so I'm just going to load this up one more time and see if that was the culprit. Two details while I handle it. If it doesn't work out, I'm just going to stay in the game and that's it. But clearly I'm going to have to do some work on my own time to... Epic, why you do this. But yeah, so a couple of detail. We won't watch the cinematic again as much as I like it. But...
Titan.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, maybe we don't have the option. A couple of personal bits too. Number one, I got a couple books today, which probably wouldn't be noteworthy except they're comics. One of them I've read before. The other one I haven't. So there's an omnibus edition of The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. So volumes 1 and 2. If you've not read this is like one of the best ideas for a comic I've ever run into. And I know I say that about the title for Industries of Titan, but Industries of Titan is at least one of the best ideas for a video game. I think League of Extraordinary Gentlemen is one of the coolest ideas for a story. And if you don't know, don't pay attention to the movie. That's, so far as I can tell, the only thing that they share are a name. But But yeah, so I got that, and then I did not realize there were two other volumes which I'd not read. So there is Century, which is volume 3, and The Tempest, which is volume 4. So I got The Tempest elsewhere, but I got the Omnibus and Century today. There was another detail that I was going to mention, and then I got excited about the comic books. So we will start a new game. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Campaign. Conquer Titan the intended way to play. In campaign mode, locations, rival corporations, and rebel activity will be randomly generated. Your goal will be to fight for a seat on the council by conquering key locations on Titan. Different locations in the campaign map vary in difficulty and rebel activity. Oh, I do like Eunomia Adventures, but let's see if we can find another one. Tosso Solutions. Now, we don't... Croxil Technologies. I can work with that. Yeah, I'm totally blanking on the other thing I wanted to talk about. Thanks to the high demand for custom ship designs, aeronautical engineers are one of Titan's most prestigious careers. They are followed closely by test pilots, though given the high mortality rate, it's difficult to call that role a career. Okay, so we have seen this before. Red seems to be something that I don't really have. I can't interact with, basically. Now it says highlighted locations give you more resources, but it seems to me like as far as highlights go, these are all basically the same. So dominant weather, heavy fog. Rewards are the same. It's already been completed. Excuse me. So let's see if I can make something with short. Because if they all wind up giving me the same rewards, and then I'm gonna... Ooh. Oh wow, they really... Oh, Jesus! And I can't... Oh, that's gonna give up my reset if I do that. Wow, so I like lock that in. And that's it, huh? Alright, well, and let's go for... So I'm thinking max influence has its charms, but I think I'm actually going to go for initial influence. That's not necessarily aligned with a short mission, but I do kind of want to build long term. So the success or failure of any venture can often be traced back to the quality of its shipyard. After all, shipyards are the beginning and ending of every journey in the yawning void of space. Okay, so pick your starting bonus: resourceful research, aerial armaments, human resources, or cheap construction materials. Now, traditionally, I like going for human resources, but we do have a couple of other options here. So aerial armaments, no weapon limits on ships with a max of 4 still, but shipyards support 1 less ship, which means it's going to be really expensive to work with a navy. Resourceful research, scrapping tech increases research efficiency by 25%. Oh! That actually overcomes a problem I have with research. Scrapping tech takes the same time as research, though. And then if I really want a risky start, cheap construction materials. Buildings take 75% less time to build, but have 50% less health. I do like variety, but honestly, human resources feels really strong. So I'm going to work with that. We're going to start our work here, and then I'm going to make the adjustment I normally like to make up here. We're going to put extract at the top. So here, again, I'm just kind of making the most of my large workforce. I know the last time we tried something like this, I was actually struggling a little bit to get them to do something useful. So, with the influence I have, let's start by... I want to claim the 2 patches, I think, and I probably should have taken a look to see what was available first. So 59 is the 60. So we'll get people picking up resources right away on those. And as usual, if I can, I'm gonna use these things for artifacts, and then whatever remains, we'll extract for the resources. Now this is one that I want to activate as early as possible. This is going to save me from building a relay, which means it's going to save me some isotopes. But let's think about some starting stages. So I guess I'll start with a simple power plant. I'm going to be short on minerals for a little bit because I haven't exploited any of these resources. I should probably take out one of these 2 ruins before I get the inert, before I deal with this inert ruin. Because it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if I've got a pylon if I don't have anything to work with. Let's do movement speed. It occurred to me I should also buy up... I should buy up some buildings. So traditionally I like going for a fuel turbine and an energy plant. I've got 2k left over, so I noticed that the shipyard costs quite a bit now, so I think we'll start with a defensive turret as a precaution. That gives me 1 more goodie to buy, and I'm most inclined towards a smokestack if I'm completely honest. Wind blows to the east. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Okay, so this will get me 9, 13... This gives me more isotopes, though. So as far as areas for me to get resources, we've got these ruins, these ruins. This is a pretty good one because it doesn't generate waste. So 3 regular tiles and then one of the obsidian ruins here. And then presumably if I want, like, I can activate these inert ruins. Absorbing pollution definitely is something I'm interested in. But we'll see where we're at, right? It kind of depends what other opportunities come up. So, I've got a ton of idle workers at the moment. This is no good. I do need to get them sort of producing as soon as possible. So let's start by putting down some fuel. Tiberiosity! Away I go. Drop by to lurk while cooking. Off to your own stream. Have fun. Thank you very much, Tiberiosity, and I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's do... we'll put one of these down for now. Now, I always get this wrong, but I think it should be like this. Now, I'm pretty sure I switched these around, but then again, it's not so bad because I'm going to upgrade the minerals at some point anyway, so... yeah, I'm really low in it with my surplus of workers. So we don't really have that much in terms of isotopes, which we need for factories. So this is the better isotope option. No! I wanted to survey, not claim. I need to press the keyboard buttons. Actually, oddly enough, it looks like just people are not moving the resources. So maybe I'll have to build a medium receptacle. I guess I could build an intermediate small one. that definitely did not get me a lot. So at some point I want to build a factory. I need 2 isotopes for that. We've got somebody working the isotope patch, but I'm waiting it out. In this case, we're going to speed things up because clearly I cannot manage things on my own. Okay, now I'm going to start off here. Again, I'm operating on the assumption that I'm going to be building within the range of this pylon, so I want to keep that in mind when I'm sort of doing different types of construction. Oh, and I've got more than enough as far as isotopes are concerned, so okay, exploiting those for the resources. 1, 2. I think I said this was the better one, didn't I? Alright, well, 2, 3, 4. 4 different sites, so about 40 influence worth when all is said and done. I also think it's probably pretty foolish of me to assume I'm going to be able to get by with the 1 small power plant for this long, but I'm hoping that I can build up the infrastructure in the factory. Okay, so the reason I didn't build another storage pod is just because I'm going to use a lot of resources in the construction here. So let's get started. Okay, energy drinks are researched. We can spend more artifacts, so we can get resource patch harvesting rate plus 20%. That's a pretty tempting pickup. A few more details to take care of here. So there's an output. There is... I still want to get the waste module down, but we're getting there. So here I just want to get this thing running, and I want to get... I didn't really think this design through, but... that's fine. I think I'm just gonna put down... Ooh! Yeah, I'm glad I'm only doing this part of it. These are gonna get demolished as soon as I can. But essentially what I'm trying to do here is get these tier 2 minerals as early as I can, largely so I can just sort of tear down and build back up the most of the structures that I put in place here. So I'm not too worried about failing to pay the salaries. We already have an inflated workforce, and they're sitting idle, so. And I think in this case, I will feel okay dismantling the storage container. Alright, now I've been sitting on my hands. There's a couple of important things I need to do. So first of all, we're going to claim this inert ruin and activate the energy relay. Next up, we're going to claim the ruins so that I can get some of the inputs that I need. I am going to need to think a little bit about holding back and like updating these different patches. But for now, once we get the pylon up and running, we should be in a spot, yeah, to what's this one? This is my tier 2 stack, although again all this stuff's going to get demolished and rebuilt over time. So I'm hoping they largely take care of themselves here. So what I'm going to do is basically with the... Okay, we'll wait for 20 influence and then we'll get another minerals patch. Alright, I'll be honest with you, I do not understand why this got filled up with tier 1 minerals. But here's what I'm going to do. Stick this one down. In progress. I'm just trying to find little things that I can use to turn into tier 2s. Now this has got waste in it, so I don't quite want to blow that up. I kind of hate that I'm doing this, but I'm actually going to build one more. It's just so I can switch this particular container. Nope. Okay. Tried to get too clever and now I'm paying the price. So we need one more. So we need to clear everything out before we can get... there we go. Oh, but I don't have a tier 2 yet, so that's utterly meaningless that I did that. That's an input that I built in. Okay, after wasting all of that time, we'll get our tier 2. Okay, so this is the one I want to do the dismantle on. That one can go. This one can get dismantled. This is ridiculous. I've never had this much trouble. It's just because I'm being cheap, but I'm feeling very foolish doing. I'm feeling very foolish doing what I'm doing right now. Okay, so this thing gets me 10 minerals, so I don't want to work on this until I have a tier 3. this will blow up waste, so I don't want to do that. This is already a tier 2. This is not a tier 2, so... Okay, you go, you go. And once again, we're back to the limits of our storage. I am going to have to pay for all of this at some point, but I think I'm going to be able to... I think I'm going to be able to outpace the debt that's going to come due on that. Okay, so why aren't you getting power? Because I built relays instead of... Ah! Hallelujah. All right. The extra HQ range is kind of nice. Do I want to spend 2 artifacts for that when I could... You know, this time I'm actually going to go for the ad revenue. And we may be able to dock salaries too, which sounds good. Now, I did promise I was going to get one of those patches, so I guess I actually need to follow through on that now. And then, if I have anything left over, which I do, just try and clear out the last of the ruins. Ruins are definitely a better way for me to get the things that I need, but I like, because I've got a very large workforce, it's nice to have them doing something rather than nothing. That's kind of the only real justification I have for the approach. So I'm, if I can, going to just demolish all of these. Actually, I kind of have to. Okay, garbage is already started here. I'm going to need to get that under control pretty quick. So what I'm trying to do here is just get the destination for... Oh yeah, I didn't put the... Okay. Some of this is temporary, but yeah, I didn't... What I'm trying to do here is get the foundations for sort of my main production lines. What am I missing? Okay, I've got power. Eventually we're going to be putting like large generators here. I think in this case I just need to wait until we've got 50 of these. So I'm going to avoid buying waste receptacles. I do want to try and take advantage of some of these inert ruins, but I think I need a better... I think I kind of want to get everything going as far as like just generating the resources that that I need. I should have enough power to get the second line running, although it looks like I'm running out of fuel. Now this worries me a bit. It's like this employee module is not being built because we don't have enough storage right now. And that's maybe not a worry. Okay, I'm gonna build the tier... Oop. I'm gonna build the higher tier refinery first. Because I'm gonna wind up demolishing some stuff and rebuilding it once that gets up and running. But now I have to make way for the resources here. So let's go back to HQ. And turns out I need to rebuild these things after all, but at least I can rebuild them using tier 2 resources. I may want to build another fuel fabricator here just so we don't have the brownouts, but I could just make a battery as well, but a lot of this is supposed to be temporary. So yeah, I don't know. I think I will build a second fuel fabricator because in the end a lot of this is going to get demolished anyway. Nope. Clearly I have not been thinking straight on a lot of this. So yeah, look, none of that's pretty. It does what it has to. So we're going to start turning these things on. We will turn off the input module because right now I'm only interested in minerals. And I should, before I go too far, get these waste receptacles down. And then finally we will get a few more of these before I run out of resources. Okay, so the idea here is that I want to be... I sort of want to gorge myself on tier 3 minerals so that I can demolish this processor and replace it, because that gets me tier 2 when I can. And then the tier 3 is going to enable a bunch of the other infrastructure that I want to build. Then we can start improving isotopes and just generally being a bit happier about everything. Actually, I'm going to change my mind in terms of how I'm going to upgrade the isotopes because I've got more people than I know what to do with. So, we're not quite ready to demolish the level 1 processor yet, but we're getting close. Okay, that thing just keeps churning away. So what I'm actually going to do is, I gotta pause one of these. Let's turn off the input module here at least. Okay, this one's ready to go. So that secures some tier 1s again, but the real focus here is to build... So again, it's just because it takes 10 mineral CUs. Oh, hang on. Nope. I messed up. Okay, that's ready to go now. We still need more storage, but we've got the tier 3 to work with. Generation, let's kill the salary first. And again, plenty of points to pick up, so we've got 21, 24. Okay, so let's put down the tier 3, or tier level 2 processor here. I can use those tier 2 minerals to put down an employee module here, although that may have some consequences as far as power is concerned. I'll be able to deal with power in just a minute. Actually, we're going to deal with all of this in one big move. And it's going to seem kind of crazy at the start. Oh wow, I really did not get this one right at all. Okay, so this one goes down first. So I do want to make sure that this thing gets put down before I do anything else, because this is going to be where I store all my resources. So I should have some tier 2s left over. Now this, let me just make sure I get this right. Okay, so now we're going to pick up all the stuff we left on the ground. I can start putting down some batteries. Hopefully that will help. I'm assuming I didn't turn the thing I needed to turn on. Oh, no. We're still waiting to clear out the processor. Okay, so we're kind of in trouble here. Not fully, but I do need to, Okay, yeah. I was just waiting for all this to get cleared out. Now, one of the nice things that's happened, or will happen, is that I was able to... okay. So assuming that the headquarters gets things sorted... Oh, of course. I don't have power, so that's not going to help me. Okay, we'll put down a couple of temporary fuel fabricators. Hopefully that's enough to power the generator here. I wanted to just get one big one and put it down, but it's clear that I've not been. Oh, interesting. So we can turn off this employee module for starters. So what I'm looking for here is just to get the tier 3 up and running. Okay. So what I really wanted to build was a big fuel fabricator here. Now, traditionally I put waste, but I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to put a couple storage containers instead. Actually, you know what? Not even going to do that. I'm going to put a couple of fuel tanks down. And then I'm going to fill this full of batteries, at least wherever the reach goes. Okay, this thing's ready to be dismantled. For the tier 3, we can get one big fuel tank put down. And then again, we play the Tetris game, but we should be able to get some decent battery coverage. Okay, and that should be my, basically my HQ shouldn't move from this pattern. I just kind of set this and forget it. So, let's see what we can do about the factory. So first thing I'm going to need for sure is power. Now, I am generating tier 3, so maybe this is the time I start considering building some higher level power generators. And, you know, fair enough, maybe I do. But it strikes me as a little bit more interesting. Oh, I forgot. I can't stick it all here. Okay, this is going to be a mess. I forgot that there are consequences for this choice. Okay, let's try and rush the rest of the project while that's happening down there. So we're going to do an equivalent isotope version of this setup. The good news is I'll be able to put a waste receptacle here because we don't need the energy pylon. Yeah, those things are getting full. Input module here, put a couple waste receptacles. We do have the tier 3 to power the, or not power, but the tier 3 to build. So again, this is basically this, but for isotopes. Incidentally, I am kind of rushing through some of this, so I'm taking it for granted that people might be familiar with the setups that I run, but if any of this isn't clear, I will do my best to explain. The only trick is that I'm going to turn off the tier 2 just so I can get the other pylon down, although the construction of this one isn't as important. But yeah, the big thing that I'm focusing on at the moment is just getting myself to a point where I can build and maintain all of the production that I want. And I've got quite a bit of influence left over, so I do want to make sure... Okay, looks like we have an opportunity to mine some more resources. And then we'll grab minerals from here. Always happy for the isotopes. We're not really generating pollution, so I won't worry about that quite yet. This one will get... Oh. Okay, so this has got to be tier 2 isotopes. This one should be tier 3. Okay, get somebody working here, somebody working here. We're still generating a surplus of energy. We've got room for one more waste receptacle. No, we don't, because I need to put a pylon there. Or relay, rather. And conveniently, that hooks into this large generator, which is going to give me the remaining power. Okay, so other than the fact that this waste receptacle's pretty much full, I can afford to... No, I can't quite afford to turn everything on. No, yes I can. So let's add some more workers to really kick this thing into high gear. So yeah, you can sort of see how this works now, right? We've got tier 1 isotopes and minerals going through the machine. It takes longer to process from tier 2 to tier 3, so we've got 2 workers there. I use the surplus space for now to house a couple of extra power generators and a fuel fabricator. And this is going to basically be the foundation on which I build the rest of my enterprise. So the goal now is to try and get sort of the power and all of the other items that I'm going to need to really get this thing up and running. Now, I'm not going to be able to buy more buildings, and I'm not going to be able to sort of defend myself without money. Well, I can defend myself without money, but I'm not going to be able to repair the damage that happens. It costs 5,000 credits to get a shipyard, so that's not practical for the time being. But it seems clear to me that I do want some kind of income. So because there's this livability stat, and that's going to affect my ability to get migrants, I do want to think a little bit about where I put the work from home setup. I am slightly inclined to do it here. There is going to be like a fuel turbine. It is kind of close to the council hall. But the thing is that if the wind's blowing this way and I put like a smokestack over here, then this leaves me a nice sort of residential area to build, and I can keep it sort of far from the fuel turbine. So let me just make sure I've got the relay coverage. Ah, now this is the important thing. Well, honestly, I'm building higher tier isotope items now, so maybe it's okay for me to put down actually, one thing I'm going to do is shut down the tier 3 line. So I'm going to need some tier 2 isotopes for a little while to build the pylons and the factories. But yeah, I think I'm going to build my work from home setup here. Its livability is not going to be great, but I don't know. It's temporary, except that it never winds up being temporary. I always like wind up keeping this thing. Now, I'm going to do something a little unexpected here, and I'm going to clear out this minerals patch. It's not that this is a particularly desirable patch so much as I want to clear out all the areas near the crevices so I can put down a fuel turbine. I'll probably put the fuel turbine down here, and that's just because there's sort of the 3 that are hit on this corner. Although, in theory, I would get the same benefit if I put it in here. Well, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like this is the better one. Probably is equivalent, but... Okay, so put down a second factory. I'm going to need to connect the factories, and then I'm going to need to power them. So I could put the relay down somewhere that lets me get the widest range. Somewhere like here. See, I don't want to put it here because that blocks the road access. But if I don't, then I don't really connect to anything. Okay, well. I guess I don't need the road. No, I do kind of need the road access for the waste. Okay, so ticket generation, energy fuel, plant fuel requirement, pollution resistance, waste generation. Waste generation might be tempting. I think I'm actually going to go for the HQ range. Pretty much don't have any artifacts left, which is a bit of a problem, but... And apparently I'm full on tier 2s. That's going to change pretty quickly, I think. I do still want to keep an eye on the threat meter, but we should be okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to get more artifacts for pollution absorption, but... It's like this stuff worries me a little bit because I don't have a good location for the waste. But I do have the priority of making money first, so I want to work through that before anything. Okay, I don't think I have anything else that I can buy with 10 influence. Maybe this. Well, I guess I could get this if I wanted the artifacts. But I will try to save my pennies. So what I want to do here with the tier 2s, now I don't have infinite energy, so I maybe want to be a bit careful in terms of the demands I'm putting on the grid, but I would like to have the largest number of habitat and monetization stations that I can get. It looks to me like I can build 4 of these little blocks, right? 1, 2, 3 in terms of power draw. I'm also going to need artifacts to open the spaceport, but I'll worry about that later. Okay, so I should probably turn off the tier 3 line as well. Happy to have the tier 3s, just I don't need to build anything with those right now. Okay, so this is gonna, I don't want to say be tedious, but I am gonna need to wait out the, just the construction of the different relays. We're at 30 influence, so I'm probably going to want to, yeah, I need 3 artifacts. So I think at this point we're going to take down some ruins and turn those into artifacts. Obviously I want to do that at the most efficient rate, so if I can find anything that's 3, 4, 10, I'm happy. I think I've already used all those, so 2 is the next best. Four is not terrible, but yeah, we'll just go with these. So once we extract the artifacts out of these ruins, then I'll unlock the spaceport. And the nice thing is we get influence for bringing workers in. So next thing I want to be working on. Okay, we've got more than enough minerals for this. So first thing I need is fuel for power plants. So we'll take the fuel turbine. That's going to require tier 2 as well. So we can build a big one of these right away, which is nice. The next question is, what about power? So there's not that much difficulty in terms of hooking up to a grid. We can probably just double these up. I'm not going to have the tier 3 quite when I need it, so we may want to delay those plans. It does pain me a little bit to... oh wow, I wasn't counting on having... Okay, so I actually have I'm already in danger. So I've got a drain of 3 because I wasn't keeping track of all of this. So what's it going to take me to get another power plant up? 200. The other thing I can do is take a look at my tier 3, so I can upgrade headquarters. Now this is going to kill my... this is going to wind up killing my power for a bit, but we're also not going to be able to... We're not going to be able to work our way through payday anyway. Like we're still going to be left with 0, so the penalty for having everything shut down isn't quite as severe. So the reason I like doing this is because I also do floors with extra power generating buildings, and that's another way that I can try and make a bit more out of the resources I already have. The real plan though should be to build an energy plant again with the 200 minerals. So I'm not quite ready to do this yet because of where my fuel is at, but what I normally will do... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I don't have a living space for it. So the plan is I just put down 4 power plants like these, and I use them with my surplus fuel, but I would need 8 fuel. I have a surplus of 1. So we wait. I do have enough to be able to build a proper energy plant, though, so let's start. I think I said I was going to build it this way. This lets me put a turret down here. And it looks like... So we don't have storage for minerals 1. That surprises me a little bit because the factory should be chewing through those pretty quickly. What do I want to do about that? Because to be honest with you, I was kind of hoping that this would carry me through. I could try and unlock the council. That's going to cost me tickets, but I do have quite a bit of influence. So we'll grab an isotope. Well, you know what? We won't have that much influence after I grab the isotopes patch. I was thinking I would donate a bunch of tier 1 minerals, but I'm going to need the artifacts for that. So, I'm not going to be happy about it, but I am going to build some temporary mineral storage on the spare floor. And I'm going to use tier 1s to build it. Because the problem here is that when this energy plant goes online, if these fuel turbines aren't up and running, then like I completely kill the the grid. So, again, it's a little bit of a waiting game here. I am going to double up the fuel turbines. When I can build another energy plant, I want to, again, get that cleared reasonably quickly. But it's not a huge priority right now. Right now, I just kind of want this up and running. Doubling this up is a nice to have because it just means I get more out of the worker that's working it. But we are at a point where I do need to start thinking a little bit more about constructing the tower, or defense tower turret. I really don't need tier 1 minerals right now. I need artifacts. Okay, unless I have something already unlocked, I'm not going to use any more artifacts on the tech web. We're pretty happy where we are. I do have more exploration opportunities, which is nice. The other thing that's going to be nice is I do have some extended range than what I would normally have for the smokestack. So again, because everything moves east, we actually also have an isotope node here. This is a pretty natural, either here or here. Both of these are pretty natural locations for the smokestack. I need to think a little bit about how I'm going to connect that to a road network, but that's not going to be the hardest problem I need to deal with. So overall, I don't know, I'd say this is a pretty good starting location. So let's say we put the turret here, another energy plant here. Yeah, it's a little unclear to me. Maybe I just put the transport center here. I guess I'd put it here because it's closer to the relay. But that still lets me put roads kind of everywhere. This pylon is the thing that's sort of gumming up the works. So this is not a bad... Actually, this will get me the HQ, so I'll definitely go for that one. Because we are getting to a situation where our waste is full, I do actually want to build the smokestack sooner rather than later, but I don't want to build that. It's mostly right now just a question of priorities. So it's a priority to me to get the fuel and the energy plant up and running, because that's going to allow me to expand the factory which houses all of my workers. That's going to be how I make money. Now, another wrinkle in the saga of building my best business. We've got a mineral node here. Now maybe I just don't go for the mineral node. Like maybe I just pick up minerals off the ground and that's going to be sufficient. But basically, if I put a mine down here, all that pollution's going to go east like so. So I could try putting it... Well, hang on. I can't put a mine far north. One thing I could maybe try and do is put all the residential buildings sort of over here. Alternatively, I try and put the mine a little bit further down and then just build all the residential buildings up here. But either way, this is a lot less attractive for residential areas than it used to be. And again, the threat meter's getting troublingly high. I'm really tempted to upgrade to this level 3, but I don't feel like I should. I think this should go to... Yeah, I think we'll get those up to tier 2s. I'm also going to go a little nuts and build the rest of the work from home setup. That's no good. I'm kind of rolling the dice on getting everything built on time, but... I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Oh yeah, no, I remember now. Because I need something for the middle here. Now I should get the energy plant upgrade up and running. Make that a priority. So again, I'm kind of counting on my workers not building this quickly. And I'm not going to have enough for everything, so I'm going to start with the habitat pods, because we can always build monetization stations later. Okay, should be a priority. Get the fuel turbine up and running. Got 239. Alright. Let's see if we're fast enough. We are so not making this in time, but fortunately it's leisure, so... Guess I should actually make use of the assets that I just got. So Obsidian Ruins are kind of nice because of the tier 2 and 3 that I get. I could also go for the artifact patch, although that's going to infuriate the rebels. Obsidian is kind of hard to get rid of. I could save the 80. I think I'm going to wind up doing that. Okay, so took us a while, but we're where we need to be as far as power is concerned. Next priority is going to be to get a I want to get a smokestack up and running because we've been letting garbage pile up too much. I'm going to turn on these employee modules. Now this is a big surprise. For whatever reason, there's no tier 1 minerals being transported. So I'm definitely going to do something to fix that. This has clearly outlived its usefulness. And I would be tempted to build these extra power generators, but how's our livability rating? $64 could be better. Okay. I think I said I was gonna save up the influence till I got to 80 so I could tear down these obsidian ruins. I'm waiting on tier 3. Yeah, I think I'm gonna build the smokestack here. It seems to make the most sense. So, although do I want to build a smokestack now or do I want to save up for the defense turret? I think the defense turret's a more pressing need. It's actually, I am worried about the speed at which we're getting tier 3 minerals. So we got 5 idle workers. Let's say I'm wondering if this is misreporting the tier 1 minerals. Yeah, it's 103 there. So why are you doing anything? Oh, yes, it's the waste problem. Okay. That is a huge problem, actually. This is going to be a real pain to fix. But at this point here, I need my 400 minerals, otherwise we're sunk. So if it's not clear what was going on there, basically in the in this factory, there's so much garbage on the ground that it says no room for waste on the floor, so essentially all of this stuff is ground to a halt. The hope now, of course, is that... so I'm going to dedicate someone to cleaning up waste. The hope is now that basically we'll have people running and being able to, you know, to do all this work. In fact, I'm not going to assign people anymore. I'll have one person dedicated to waste, but I think I'm actually just going to let... I'm going to let the game decide what the best use of my my workers is. And I would normally want to spend those tier 2s where I can. Actually, in this case, I'll make an exception. So, 2 there. But yeah, so this is just so that I can maximize the amount of money that I'm making. And now we are going to keep our eye on this factory and really hope that this number turns to 400 sooner rather than later. Overall, this is a good setup. It's too much waste, and I did not get the fuel, or not the fuel. I didn't get the. Oh Jesus, we've been sitting on 100 influence for who knows how long. But yeah, we didn't get the smokestack up fast enough, and so unfortunately, that's put a big wrench in a lot of my plans. Fortunately, the Obsidian Ruins will get me, I think, 150 tier 3, 150 construction units worth of tier 3, so that'll bring us to the halfway point at least. Here I don't see any disadvantage to donating the minerals. We can explore some ruins, because why not? And again, I don't think the problem here is raw materials. I think at this point I probably want to be getting the artifacts more than anything. So we've got space for 10. Unfortunately, we're not getting any ships with 10 migrants, or slightly less. Oh, 7 will do. So the reason why I want to try and get this as close to my cap as possible is that there's a certain amount of money that I'm going to make each period based on the number of workers that I have. Now, I've lowered the wages of my workers, and I've increased the rate at which my workers will earn. But overall, this is going to be like, this is still not great. Like, it's nice to get about 1,000 per day, because that means that you're able to buy a new building per day, and I'm nowhere near that. But I'm kind of going to war with the army I have. At the very least, I'm able to, I'm not failing to pay my workers anymore. But again, the real threat right now is just me not having any defenses, especially because all these buildings are doubled up. So if the rebels do decide to attack me, they kind of get to do whatever they want for an extended period of time. So again, we look anxiously at the factory to see whether or not... Okay, now this interests me that they're still saying... Yeah, so I got people emptying the waste modules. Sadly, I just don't think we're processing stuff fast enough. I want to be kind of careful on how much tier 1 I'm donating. I don't want to completely abandon the... Actually, I think I'm going to go for the isotope patch. Yeah, so they're sadly not picking up the minerals. Not that it'll matter, because again, we need the 400. I'll be honest though, I'm not 100% sure how I work my way out of this. There's a couple tricks I can do, like minimizing the number of artifacts I have in my inventory. So I can spend the artifacts on upgrades. So employee limit's kind of tempting. Let's go for it. we got research efficiency coming up next, which will be nice. But yeah, if I'm not able to build those, if I'm not able to get those minerals, like, it all doesn't really amount to anything. So I'm really trying to think of the best way to let the workers do what they need. This might actually be the first time that I lose as a result of... Actually, there's a couple things that I can do to improve things. So we don't need these generators anymore. I'm going to need to keep these waste receptacles, but... This might actually save me. So number one, there's more space on the floor. Number two, we've got a bunch more receptacles. Unfortunately, we still need people to clear out the modules. So we're up to 98. We should also... So we've got 3 on the ground here. Ooh, okay. Actually, I'm going to dedicate someone to moving minerals. So we've got 3, so that's 75 there. So that would take us up to 200. And then we've got the... Sorry, what am I saying? That's 150. And then we've got another 150 lying on the ground here. So that's 300. Yeah, that's... as long as we've got somebody to pick up those minerals, that's enough for the turret. Again, we'll build the turret late, but we actually have a path to that now. Assuming the worker actually picks up the minerals, though, like, we can have somebody dedicated to that, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're actually going to do the job. So it'll be close, but we might be able to pull it off. Halfway. I know losing influence is a way to keep the rebels at bay too. The artifacts probably won't help me, but... Nope, we're at 100.
Are you willing to lay down your life for your council? Let me test the limits of your resolve.
They are mocking you, of course, but know that the council is watching you, Founder.
I haven't picked up a single one of the minerals here. Ah! Why? Oh, you know what? It's probably because those weren't the first ones put down. Okay. This is going to be the dumbest thing possible, but I'm actually going to put this move resources to the highest priority. Oh, good lord. That is a tough, that's a tough enemy to be attacking my factory. This could be GG, because if this place is destroyed, then I'm not going to have the resources to build the... I'm not going to have the resources to build the turret. So let's get somebody on repairs at least. So there's definitely some stuff that I could have done better. We're 1 tier 3 away. Oh Jesus, this is a nightmare. Yeah, we're done. All right. Witness our loss. Oh, this is embarrassing. To be fair, this has not been one of my better commentaries for this either. I've kind of just been playing idly. But yeah, so the big problem on this one was I didn't pay attention to the fact that the factory floor was swimming in garbage. And what I should have done was when basically the thing that I did to unlock the tier 3 minerals, I should have done that much earlier, and then I could have built something to defend myself. Alternatively, I should have built the smokestack earlier, but I don't think that was the problem. Hey, Jim the Eternal, thank you very much for the raid. You're currently watching a very embarrassing defeat. This is kind of the first wave. This is supposed to be like the tutorial wave for Industries of Titan. But again, like I said, I probably haven't been playing this all that well. I think I've just sort of been playing in silence. Not exactly in silence, but I don't think I've been explaining my actions that well. So it's going to give me a chance to start a new campaign. Well, it'll probably say that I get the option to do the next step on the campaign, but... Hello, Iron Furs.
You came here with dreams, didn't you? Well, keep dreaming then. It is all you've got left now.
How unfortunate. We expected more from you.
So again, I could apparently continue the campaign here, but this was the first run on the campaign, so we'll start a brand new one. So for those of you unfamiliar with Industries of Titan, this is a sort of simulation city builder and a. Well, actually, sorry. First of all, what were you playing tonight, Jim the Eternal? I know Jim through Cultist Simulator. But you do much more than that. I actually don't know if you've done Cultist recently. And also, sorry, I think I already said hi to Iron first. But Industries of Titan is by Brace Yourself Games. So Brace Yourself Games are the people who made Crypto the Necrodancer. They've got 2 games in early access right now. Industries of Titan, which is probably going to get a couple more updates before going to version 1.0. Then there's going to be Phantom Brigade, which I believe is currently on exclusive to the Epic Store, but will be available on Steam when they go to 1.0, but there's no indication yet as to when that's going to happen. They've also announced Rift of the Necrodancer, which is set in the same universe rather than necessarily being a sequel. More of a spin-off, really. Been out of Cult of Sim since the controversy, been playing Tunic. Oh, a wonderful Canadian game. Although I'm not sure what randomizer is. But yeah, I actually, so one fun thing about Tunic for me is that I went to what was it? Full Indie in I went to Full Indie in Vancouver. It was like the last one that I had gone to. Oh no, hang on. It was a Twitch meetup, not Full Indie. But Kevin Regami of Power Up Audio, who also is working on Industries of Titan, basically he introduced the game Secret Legend, as it was known at the time. It had sort of a special language. There was a message for the gathering, but people weren't able to read what it had said. It was a very promising looking game, and I was looking forward to it as much as anything. But at this point, I'm just someone who's following on a mailing list, and of course, Power Up is an incredibly talented team of people, so naturally I'm going to be looking at it. But they work on a lot of games, right? And some of those games are released in between now and or between that time and now. So I was surprised, though. So at some point, the newsletter announced that the game switched from Secret Legend to Tunic. But in the interim, as I said, this was like one of the last meetups that I went to living in Vancouver. I went to Ottawa and I got to know the game development community there. So that would involve there's a couple of major like, I won't say names, but like there's some people who worked on Cuphead. There's some people who worked on Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. That company is based in Ottawa. It's not like Toronto or Montreal, but there's certainly a game dev community here. And one of the people who organizes it, Eric Billingsley, wound up working on Tunic, which I was delighted by because, of course, this is something that I had been looking forward to for such a long time. And then to find out that one of the talented, and also, let me just say, incredibly nice people behind Dirty Rectangles. There's a bunch of people who are great behind that, but Eric in particular, I think is an immense talent and someone who really just seems like an absolute sweetheart in person. He's actually just recently put something out on itch, which I'll draw to your attention. What was it? Into Ruins. I will get to what you were writing, Jim the Eternal, but I don't know. I just wanted to talk about my connection to Tunic. But in any case, he's that was just a nice little reminder of that game. Again, I was still on the mailing list, so I still got the details. But it's just one of these things where if you just take the opportunities you have in your wherever you live, you're surprised at the number of just connections that wind up being made through completely unexpected ways. But in any case, Into Ruins is a really interesting looking Pico 8 roguelike. And I will confess, I watched him demo it, but I have not played it yet. But it is one that I definitely recommend checking out. So, Jim the Eternal says, let me introduce you to randomizers then. In this case, it's a mod that swaps all of the items around. So what was a page could be money or a card or the hero's laurels or whatever. The mechanics and goal of the game are the same, but everything is in a new place. Okay, so this sounds like something that's kind of done for any given game and you're just playing one specific for Tunic. I like that name. Let's see if we can do better. Ooh, Ironside Systems. That's a good one. Looks a little bit like a target. So I was talking about, developers in that, Brace Yourself Games, continuing to move from strength to strength. The other title that I did not mention is the game that's coming out under their publishing arm, which is called Godless, and that is a roguelike auto-battler, I think would probably be the best way of putting it. I was very surprised at how into that game I got. But yeah, needless to say, so far as I can tell, I think they've also said that there's some stuff in development that they're working on, but I'm enjoying Industries of Titan right now, and I'm going to do my best to show you how the game is actually played. So, Codex, most of Titan's new migrants bring more belongings than they can easily fit in a habitat pod. When they land, they must make hard choices about what to keep and about what to throw away. So this is the new campaign mode. This was added in the most recent update, Update 25. Now I need to remember here that I don't get to hit pluses and minuses. Every choice that I make is permanent. So I still want to go for a short one. So we can go here. Normal rebel aggression. Oh, 1 rebel camp. That should be pretty easy, actually. Well, 3 rebel camps isn't exactly a disaster either. Let's go for the 1 rebel camp. And I'll go for the starting influence again so I can get an early start on Ruins. So the idea here is that Saturn's moon Titan has been colonized. It's got they've sort of found the remains of a previous civilization. And in addition to raw materials being found in the ruins of these buildings, there's also these artifacts which are very valuable and enable a number of different actions that you can do in the game. So again, I did say sort of it's a city builder, but it also has a strategy element to it. So it's this nice little combination of genres that fit very well together, and it seems like people really haven't taken advantage of it. That campaign mode is new, and I'm actually really liking the way that it works, although I've yet to do more than one map in order just because the update came out and that sort of invalidates save files. But well, not necessarily, but it did say there were a couple of things that wouldn't take effect until I'd updated. So I figured I might as well update it. Although I was kind of banking on having a better performance than I did on that last round. So Titan's ruling council has never passed a single environmental protection law. Corporations say, with no environment to speak of, why should it? So, this is a recent change that they've made to the game. There's no longer different factions. Instead, what you do is you pick a starting bonus. Now, I tend to go for human resources because granting influence from migrant ships, I think, is a very powerful bonus. Experimental fuel tanks is tempting. So fuel silos next to crevices fill up fuel automatically. Fuel silos explode twice as big. Fuel silos explode for more damage. They have 30% less health, and fuel turbine buildings are 50% less effective. So the question really is as to whether or not the acquisition of fuel is from these silos is worth it. It is one I'm tempted by, but maybe not this time around. I think we already looked over resourceful research. Then there's performance bonus for 25% of the day's earnings if citizen health is above 75% by the end of the day, and penalty of 50% of the day's earnings if citizen health is lower than 75% by the end of the day. So definitely high risk, high reward. I'm going to go for human resources again because I need to feel better about myself. So we start by investigating the ruins. The blue area is an area that I own. The yellow area is something that is in my control, but I need to sort of pay the council for. So the council is basically the place where it all happens. I need to speak to them to basically take any action on Titan, and generally they expect to be paid for whatever they do. I don't have any artifacts yet, but I guess the ad revenue is the first one that I want. That's a really mean starting location. Gonna have to work around those walls. Okay, so first thing I'm doing is I'm exploring the ruins in the territory that I already own because I don't need to pay for those. Next thing I'm gonna do is grab some tiles that have resources that I need. So an isotope patch and a mineral patch. I'm probably going to want to clear this out so I can put a fuel turbine down. And then I'm going to explore the surrounding ruins because I'm eventually going to want to claim those tiles. Basically, I'm going to want to claim these ruins, at least when I can, to get the all the different resources. So again, I don't need to pay anything for these. So as long as they have artifacts, I'll claim them for artifacts, and if they have base resources, I'll claim them for the base resources. Moving on, let's go back to the tech web. I think I said I wanted the ad revenue. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the. Oh, that's right. Hang on. You're seeing why I put the extract ruins above survey and salvage. Okay, now we're going to start building. So, first thing I need to do is get some power. We didn't really do a good job of it last time, but I'm sure I've learned my lessons. So fuel comes straight from the air using something called zethane, and then the fuel powers generators for energy. You need to transmit the power, so that will mean building an energy bridge as well as... a relay as well as an energy bridge. And then what you want to do is you want to build factories to be able... you can actually build different... kind of manufacturing. You can build your manufacturing base in your headquarters. It's just kind of, it's narrow. So it's not advisable. Oh, this is nice. Let's activate that to relay the energy. Okay, so I want isotopes right now because isotopes are how I build factories. Okay, so that gets me 3 isotopes. And then when I can, with the 10, we'll get the 2. So I was talking about how you need to build relays to transfer energy. There's a micro level of this, and then there's a macro level of this. So this energy bridge is sending power outside the building. This relay, which normally you build, but in this case I was able to reactivate one of the old ruins. This relay basically is moving stuff outside the environment. Now, there are a couple things that I want to keep an eye on. So one of them is the fact that the wind's sort of moving kind of northwest like this. So I do want to keep in mind, basically I want to keep that in mind for any buildings that I wind up constructing. If I think that I'm going to have some kind of a smokestack, let's say, I don't want to build the smokestack back here. I probably want to build it somewhere up front here. Now, when it comes to... I'm just trying to think how I lay this all out. So let's say factory here, factory here. Okay, factory here, factory here. I'm just trying to think of the best way to lay this all out. Because I am going to want to put down something to handle the... to handle the rebels. I will start with this one. Also, it's occurred to me that I may need to build another storage container. Probably shouldn't have spent that much time thinking about that, but... And while I'm at it, let's build another generator. Okay, so we're building the first of... So I'm going to need a total of 6 isotopes. So the resources that you'll use in this game... My apologies, I almost forgot to screw my employees. So you have minerals to build structures. Isotopes usually get used to upgrade structures, but you need to build... Factories are built with isotopes. Waste is a byproduct of production, and then you have credits to buy things with. Now, you have to pay your employees every work period. And if, in this case, I've got 4,000 credits to work with, but if I don't spend them, then my employees are going to get paid, whereas if I spend all of it, then I can just say, I'm sorry, I don't have enough money to pay you. So we'll pick up a smokestack as we did last time. I do want to get a fuel turbine and an energy plant because, as you can see, I get, well, from the previous run, I have pretty high energy needs, and then I will get the defense turret because it's not entirely clear to me that I'll have everything ready to go in time. Okay, so now that that's built, I need to find 6 isotopes that I'm going to build my factories and upgrade with. So this first factory is going to be focused on refining the resources that I can bring in from the ground. But again, right now I just want people to move the stuff from point A to point B. And in this case, I think I'm going to speed up the process. This might have been a better one for me to claim, but... Okay, we still keep filling up my storage. Let's say this one gets dedicated for isotopes. And again, when I get 10 influence, this is going to be a good sword. I should have looked at this one first, because that's 6 isotopes. That's exactly the amount that I need. Oh, hey, but we've got 9 now. So, one more factory down. You can double up factories. It's a risky move, because what happens is when you double up a factory or any building, you can no longer bury it if threatened. And that was the problem I ran into in the previous run, which was I didn't have any way of sort of defending myself. I was too slow in building some of the things that I needed, and the rebel threat meter, this thing here, moved up faster than I was expecting. Okay, let's see if there's anything fancy we can get from the tech web. I definitely want that resource patch harvesting rate, so we'll start with this. I do also want the extra HQ range, but it's not the highest priority for me at the moment. So, once this factory's built, there's one more step. This is interesting. There's a second relay here. The problem is I don't know if there's a lot that I can build to take advantage of it, so I might be just wasting the... I might just be wasting the artifact using that. I don't know. We'll see. So the first priority that I have right now is to build a bunch of... or to build something to refine my tier 1 minerals into tier 2 minerals. So the way that the game constructs things, you have a number of construction units, but you have different levels of resources. So for instance, when we pull isotopes out of the ground, or minerals out of the ground, they're tier 1, they're worth 1 unit. Tier 2 minerals are worth 5 construction units, and tier 3 are worth 25. So it makes sense to refine your... your minerals and isotopes. Just simply because a single unit winds up doing that much more for you. So I'm building up a section to do these upgrades. So in this case, you do the mineral input module, mineral goes in, you put it into a processor will turn minerals, or that's what actually turns it from the tier 1 to the tier 2, then there's the tier 2 to the tier 3 version. You need an employee to work it, so I put an employee module here. You need an output module to put out the resulting material. And then I like putting a waste module down to collect the waste, because waste is the thing that sort of did us in the last time. So, and I notice incidentally that we've got leftover isotopes. So here I'm going to... No, this is a dumb move. I'm not going to touch that yet. Okay. So now I'm just going to power this, get a worker working, and essentially the idea is that we're going to spit out some higher level minerals, at which point we're going to be able to do more. Also, I think I'm going to try and get some more... So 5. It's probably better for me to buzz down the existing ruins. I should have taken the 20 for this. It's all good. This is the last. So you'll notice that some of these have like the little artifact icon on them. What I normally do inside this game is I will take out the ruins that have the raw materials first, because that's the fastest way to get those basic materials. It gives me sort of a ground, it's the groundwork for refining. And then from there, as long as there's artifacts, I pretty much will use ruins for an artifact, even if the rate of return isn't that high. Okay, so this thing isn't running yet because we've built the relays, but we need to build the energy bridge to get it actually running. And then I also like putting down storage, which is nearby. Okay, mineral patch depleted, so I'm going to want to replace that when I can. I have a couple of other priorities right now. Okay, so as you can see, all this turned on. We'll assign a worker to work it, and they're going to start turning tier 1 minerals into tier 2 minerals. The other thing I like doing here is just making the storage beside the input sort of dedicated to the... Basically, it's just minimizing the distance that someone needs to travel to get the refining done. Now, there's another trick that I like to do, and that's when the resource gets refined. So the biggest thing is a lot of these different components are actually built out of tier 1 and tier 2 resources. So, for instance, they're probably going to use this input module right now, so I likely can't dismantle that. But we'll just wait for someone to take this out of the output module. So you can see this is being processed. The reason why I'm doing it this way is that I can replace the tier 1 minerals with tier 2s this way. And the reason why this is helpful is that instead of having 5 tier 1s occupied in this structure, what's happening instead is I'm taking one of those, I'm taking the refined one. That's frustrating. Well, that's fine though. Let's just dismantle the output module. Oh, we're gonna run into the same problem again. How brave am I feeling? But yeah, so the idea here is that I'm trying to build this in such a way that I'm Iron Furs, thank you very much for the follow. I'm trying to build this in such a way that the okay. I was really trying to avoid this, but we'll put this one down. Basically, I'm running out of storage space. But as you can see here, right, like the idea here is that I can use 5 tier 1s, or I can use 1 tier 2. Now, the 4 tier 1s that I recover from dismantling and rebuilding can later turn into tier 2s. So to me, that's... Uh-oh. There we go. They do need time to transport them. But like basically the idea here is that I'm trying to sort of maximize my resource usage. So I'll eventually do this with the storage containers. The problem with the storage containers is that, as you can see, you can get kind of jammed up if they, if you don't, like if you don't clear stuff out, basically people stop building stuff, and the threat meter's always ticking up. So. Looks like I have space, though. Just barely. So this is required to power everything, so unfortunately we're gonna have to wait. This actually probably isn't my highest priority job right now, to be completely honest, but... Ooh. I was not expecting that. All right. I'm back to old bad habits. So, once more with feeling. So sadly, we have to do that two more times. We'll see whether or not yeah, okay, they do. And then I'm going to basically do this for the tier 2 to the tier 3 run as well, but I need to be kind of careful in terms of my energy needs. Back to the tech web. Okay, so giving up 2 artifacts is kind of expensive for me right now, but the HQ range would be nice, and we've got 30 influence to play with. So, let's start by claiming these ruins. So again, this is just so that I can access the minerals and isotopes. And this gets me 3 artifacts, so I will claim that as well. We'll get going on the science. Eventually I'm going to build a refining setup for isotopes, but minerals are the slightly higher priority for me just because those things... Oh god, are you... Surely now, at this point, they're gonna... Yeah. So this thing's going to need to get replaced, eventually the waste module as well, and then the storage containers at some point, but I'm not touching any of that nonsense until I'm good and ready. Actually, let's ditch the tier 1s. Oh, they're already full. Ah! This is embarrassing at this point. Okay, so we get to do all this fun again, but this time we're going to do it on minerals, or for for the tier 2 to tier 3 minerals. So the reason why I want the tier 2 to tier 3, in addition to being better at building the sorts of structures that you'd want outside, it also has the nice advantage of they're worth 25. So the nice advantage is that you can replace... Well, this one I built out of tier 1s, but I can replace the tier 1 and eventually the tier 2 from this line. However, they do tend to eat quite a bit of power, so there's going to be a few other things that I need to settle here as well. So first thing, we're going to put an employee module. We'll also get the waste module down here. And where I can, I'll put the output module, but again, it sort of depends on whether or not... it depends on how quickly this stuff gets built. The real thing I'm going to need to save up for are the 50, so 5 tier 2 minerals so that I can build the refiner, but that's usually the last step. Where I kind of like to get the infrastructure in place. In fact, I think that might be the sneaky way that I... Okay, so I'm going to put the storage here, but I'm actually going to make this a tier 2 or 1 storage temporarily. Okay, so I'm going to demolish this one. Oh, I think I was a little too early on that. Going to do it on this one. Okay, so notice that there's some waste that's already generating from here. I'm eventually going to need to build some waste receptacles. I've got enough of a surplus to put a couple of these down. So eventually you can sort of drown in waste, and it's very unpleasant. So I'm trying to get that under control as early as I can. This has got tier 2 in it, so... Okay. So, as far as sort of preserving all of the... as far as preserving as many tier 1 resources as I can, I've accomplished that now. Essentially, I need to build the power infrastructure, and then I need to wait till I get 50 points worth of mineral CUs. So, I'll put down the relays for the advanced production. Again, eventually there's going to be an employee module that goes in here, but this isn't really helpful to me right now. Yeah, the rest of this we wait. So the reason why... Actually, I'm going to build one more waste receptacle. And then we can turn this off. So as far as power is concerned, this thing takes 2, and then 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to need to find 5 power somehow. The best way right now, I think, is just to build 2 more of these generators. Unfortunately, I don't have the fuel for that, so we'll start by building another fuel extractor. So of course this is all delaying the arrival of the tier 2 to tier 3 refiner. And all of this stuff's going to get demolished at some point anyway. But I'm content to just work with what I got here and speed things along when we need it. So given the fact that I started with extra employees, I am eventually going to overstaff these. But like I said, it would be good to get a tier 2 to tier 3, a tier 2 to tier 3 line running first, and then we can worry about our isotope refining operations. Now, we're not extracting any more isotopes or minerals from the ground right now. Again, all of these are artifacts, which is fine, but I do need to find a source for these basic materials. So usually I like claiming the largest patch. Now again, I'm worrying about minerals first and isotopes second. Isotopes are more expensive, but also I'm not refining any of them. So right now we're sort of full up in terms of stock. All right, almost there. We just need 2 more of the tier 2s. Okay, we should be getting close to full there as well. And again, this is still a temporary structure. Let's get another waste module down. And then I'm also going to want... Oh, I've already got the relay, so we can turn everything on. Get an employee working. Okay, so the key behind this, I mean, so there's a couple things that are going to happen. Number one, now those tier 2 minerals are going to be turned into tier 3 as soon as they become available. But more importantly, those tier 3, as I said, they're worth 25 construction units. So one thing that I'll do here with the level 1 processor, again, once I have what I need, this is... It feels like... This looks very full, and it's not. Well, it's got isotopes in it for some reason. That's unfortunate. Anyway, so now it's got the mineral 3 in it, so we will... Oh, it's actually currently in progress. So I'll wait till it finishes its job, we dismantle it, and we get the tier 1 minerals out of that. Assuming that it ever stops. If not, then I'll just dismantle the tier 2 and build that out of tier 3s. But again, this is the same trick that I did before. This is really just about making the most out of my my resources. In fact, we've got 3 energy right now, so I think I can afford to build that employee module. No, I can't because I don't have any tier 2s. As soon as this thing's done processing, I'm going to dismantle it and replace it. Because again, I get a bunch of tier 2s out of that. And we're out of space again. I'm actually going to see if I can get this out of the way, because there's going to be another trick that I do. Because I've got 75 construction units worth, there's something kind of sneaky I can do. Okay. Sadly, I need to go to HQ. So I was kind of hoping to avoid doing this in HQ, to be honest. Okay. We're just going to dismantle everything. Okay, next up. You gotta go, you gotta go. Actually, all of you gotta go. There's gonna be hell to pay for this, but I think I can make it work. Okay, so this is basically the big versions of the stuff that I was building before. Do I have any? Oh, I do have tier 2s. Okay, nice. So we'll also demolish these. So the key to this is that I'm building a huge storage container. So all of those problems in terms of moving stuff around, that's about to get solved real quick. Next up, I want to take my... yes, do it this way. So eventually I'm going to build a bunch of fuel and... I'm going to build a bunch of batteries and fuel storage and such. But I think that is a tomorrow me problem. Well, I guess I said I was going to replace the... oh, no, I can't because I don't have the... I don't quite have the resources. I'm going to build another waste receptacle, though. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. I wasn't sure about placement, but I got it figured out. Okay, so big fuel, big generator. This should all be running, and oh, we're actually completely out of power. Well, we're using exactly what we need, but I don't have any surplus power. That's a little bit of a surprise to me, but that's fine. We'll be able to work through that. What I need right now, though, is that 50th construction unit, because that's going to let me replace this tier 2 processor, and then I can get to work on the next phase of the plan. So, and this is actually, it's particularly advantageous that I be able to do this now, because then I'm going to be able to build the other waste receptacles. So the big thing that I need to worry about at the moment is the fact that I need power. And this is why I've been building sort of this wall of waste receptacles here. Okay. Sneak in whichever ones I can. So eventually I'm going to take those tier 3 minerals and I'm going to build a couple more energy generators, power plants. So I won't rely on that +2, it's just waiting for this thing to get restored. But again, unless I have some crazy... yeah, everything's tier 2 and tier 3. So this is about as efficient as I can get this thing running. Eventually I'll put another employee module in place, but I'm waiting on the tier 3s right now. I've got some artifacts I can spend, so I can pay up, extend the mine range, reduce the fuel requirements. I think I like the idea of the higher employee cap. Also, that will give us access to decreasing the employee salaries and increasing the efficiency of research. So overall, a good improvement. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I need power, so we're going to put a large generator down here. Now, we don't have enough fuel to be able to work this thing. So eventually... oh, actually, we can get that down now. So we'll stick one here. And then with the final 25, we're just going to be able to add another power plant. Now, that's not going to be touching this relay. But there's a reason why I want all this extra power, and that will become apparent in just a minute. You may notice I've played this game a bit, so this is how I know how to do all the Tetris. So this is why I was getting a little bit worried about this waste. Essentially, we're going to build another production line like this, and we're going to build it for isotopes. So start with the big bit. Oh, that's right. I wanted to upgrade that waste module. And okay, work this. So we'll do the isotope input. Stick a couple waste modules in. One for employees. Output. Another input. So again, just a reminder, this is the isotope equivalent of the same structure that I've already built. That's kind of why I'm rushing through it. And we've got 50 left over, so we can get that going. Now, we don't have the power that we need, but basically we've kind of already set up our production line. It's just a matter of getting the tier 2s. So one of the now that I'm waiting on tier 2s, I'm actually going to turn off the mineral input for the so I'm going to turn off the tier 2 to tier 3 constructor, the line, because in the end I'm going to want tier 2s to be able to line up all the power needs. I'm also eventually going to want to build these extra employee modules and such, but the most important thing right now is just getting this stuff powered and ready to go. So, one here. Oh, hang on. I almost forgot the storage. Okay. So I just built those repository. Basically, hopefully by now the logic behind this setup kind of makes sense, right? So tier 1 is beside the input, so you turn that from a tier 1 to a tier 2. The tier 2s go into this. They go directly through and out the output module, and so on and so forth. So everything's got power now. Well, close to everything's got power. We will assign some bodies to the work. The only thing I'm really looking to do at this point is just get the extra employee in the slots. It looks like I've got the power to be able to do it, so why not, right? And then for good measure, we'll add another waste receptacle. And at this point, we've kind of used all of the space that we can. The drawback is that right now, we've taken up all the waste receptacles. We're definitely going to want to do more production, and all that waste is going to go on the ground until I find a better place for it. So I have a little bit of a fire under me now to get all this sorted, or at the very least to be able to destroy waste. You usually do that through a smokestack. But one of the things I do want to be working on is generating money. I also want to, I want to try and get resources. At this point, I think I should just wait for the 80 on the obsidian ruins. And you know what? I'm going to... How on earth did that wind up with 12 minerals in it? I'm mad that that happened, because that wasn't supposed to happen. I'm actually going to turn off the tier 3 line for this. How are we for tier 3s? So yeah, I'm trying to think about the best use of resources. Right now I'm waiting on some tier 2 isotopes so that I can get these cleared out. I have 29 tier 1s, so I think that will get us by for a little while. If I had a preference, it would be to wait till we've done our headquarters upgrade so that I can build the smokestack as far away, you know, kind of where the wind is going. But I suppose if I have to, I can build it out here. I don't know. I think I'll try and risk it, but it does mean I need to fast forward things. Actually, there is one thing I can do. Not in this building, though. In the headquarters. So what I can do is I can take the minerals that I have here. And then again, we just take a look at where the relay goes. You just need to be touching one of the squares with a relay. So this is a nice cheap little way that I can maximize the number of batteries that are touching it. We still don't have tier 2 isotopes, huh? That's a worry, actually. Is there something stopping? It's definitely generating them. People just aren't picking them up. How you doing, Algrins? Okay, let's first of all free these employees up. They're not helping anyone right now. Okay, here we go. Let's put our first factory down. I'm trying to think of ways to use tier 3 minerals. Because I just did the first most obvious one. I'll clear out these obsidian. Okay, that's fine because I'm not going for victory points. I should maybe say, I do get the question quite often, is this a new game? Surely you're joking. This is if that's a serious question. No. This is Industries of Titan. I love this game. But this is a new session because my last one it was a really embarrassing defeat. It was like the first Rebel wave, and it was entirely because I messed up my production lines. God, why is everything getting so full? Okay, yeah. But yeah, basically you need to get a certain number of points by fulfilling objectives. There's tier 1 through tier 5. I usually try to go for the gold victory because it helps me in subsequent levels. But that's not my biggest worry right now. My biggest worry right now actually is just trying to make sure that I keep production rolling. Again, I'm weirded out at the fact that I'm not generating isotopes at a faster rate. I'm going to need to think about how to handle that. Also, we are in a position to build a fuel turbine, or we should be soon. But yeah, we need the isotopes for that again. Nuts! So what gives, guys? Why are you being like this? Hopefully that'll help it out now that they're clearing that out. I wonder if I can do the same trick. So this is going to be where I put my workers. Yeah, no, I did the opposite of winning. It was pretty bad, but that's fine. You don't need to win everything to have fun. Yeah, so the aim right now is to try and get some more credits. Now I'm not going to have enough energy to be able to quite get everything that I want, but it's a good start, and that should hopefully lay the foundations for sort of the main defenses that I put in place and such. Okay, I'm also I get annoyed every time I see idle workers, but I know that's more my fault than anything. So, let's get the fuel turbine down. So I can build one here, I can build one here. This definitely has more... This definitely has more zethane in the area, so start with one of these. This will be the next ruins that I claim. I don't have enough to build the second one anyway, so I don't mind waiting. When I can, I'll connect these. So this is less about getting the artifacts and more about just clearing the space for the fuel turbines. Again, I have the option of bringing these over, but this is slightly better just because of the amount of zethane that it's neighboring. Although I suspect in the end it doesn't matter that much. Now it's not great that I have something like a fuel turbine so close to the residential area, but you know, this stuff is hopefully temporary. Although this is a slightly more difficult map to handle things. I should probably unlock these early. Okay, let's get another fuel turbine down. And I suppose if I want, I would put down an energy... I could probably put the power plant down like this, and then the turret would go down here, but obviously I need to make sure that it can reach. Yeah, I think I see possibilities here. Okay. So, my work from home setup. One of you down here. Energy bridge, relay. So I've got 13, so I can afford 4 of these again. So I'm going to start with the habitat pods. These are where people live. You do not need to have jobs for people when they arrive. You just need a place for them to live. So I'm building these first. And then as a follow-up, we're going to give them offices to work in. Now, you may notice, like the way that I've laid this out, they actually have, for most of the spots anyway, they actually, for most of these, they have power already. But I do wind up putting these relays by the offices for the simple reason that I'm building sort of a perimeter, and there's going to be a bunch of habitat pods and monetization stations sort of in this sort of surrounding area. And that's basically going to get the maximum use in terms of all these areas. So like this one's not going to have power for a little while. I should probably actually build the relay over there, to be honest. But that's not hard to solve. Actually, looks like we're not yet. Okay, so I think we're ready to start working on tier 3s here. But I might turn off tier 3 minerals for a little while. So unfortunately I have a false idea in terms of how much energy I'm actually producing. So this is creating a sense of urgency in terms of power, but I have a solution for that. So I'm going to turn this off for a little while. I am worried about the waste situation, but... so first thing I want to do with my tier 2 isotopes, I'm going to connect the fuel turbine. And then I'm starting to build the power plant. So for that we need... nuts! I turned it off too early. Well, we'll get a foundation of tier... Yeah. I feel bad doing this, but... I suppose my answer is turn off the monetization stations for a little while. Get us back to where we need to be. Now that I've got what I needed, we can turn this back on. Yeah, so eventually I'm going to want to demolish all of this, But for now, I do need to get... Oh. Sort of at least balanced out as far as the energy use is concerned. Sage mode? Oh, sorry. I totally didn't read the words around that. Time to grind these streamers for every advertising dollar they can. I haven't heard anyone say, "oh, nuts" in a long time. I thought I've had a coworker who'd say, "oh, sugar?" Hey, how you doing, Immortal Velity? I'm glad you weren't here to see my defeat at the first wave of Rebels. I want to delete the VOD. I feel really bad about it. And it's actually, I'm committing the same sins that I did before. The difference here is that I still have a little bit of clean floor. So I'm trying to build the power plant as early as I can. All right, so that's the first one. I don't know how are we doing for tier 3. Okay. It'd be nice to upgrade the headquarters, but again, we're focusing on power right now, so I'll stay consistent. Oh, that's definitely not intended to be a less than subtle. Where were you? That was just that was actually me saying, like, the only thing that you missed was me getting clobbered. My apologies if that came off as taking attendance. That is not something I like. I don't like as a viewer, and I really hope I don't make people feel like that. Oh, you actually were here early. Okay. Now I feel worse. Okay. So that was the employee limit. Let's get the research efficiency. Eventually let's pay for the employee salary. Oh good. No, I didn't lose. I was making that up. It was that, haha. I have identified you as the shirker who did not stay for the full duration of the stream. Be off with you. All right. So, the thing that I'm sort of the thing that I need to try and outpace is the waste generation here. So if I'm getting a message that says there's too much garbage on the ground, stop, please stop, I screwed up. The hope here is that I'm going to get 200 minerals so that I can build the second energy plant so that I can combine these and then upgrade them. And then at that point I can basically put an employee in the fuel turbine, put an employee in the energy plant, and we will be generating far more fuel and energy than I need. And at that point we can start thinking of things like, you know, oh, what am I trying to say? Like smokestacks and, you know, things like that. I do like my garbage carpets. Unfortunately, the game is really penalizing, and as well it should. That is not a complaint, but yeah, the game definitely punishes garbage carpets and has gotten progressively more aggressive on them with each patch. It feels like. I'm sure if you actually look at the patches, you'll see that not that much has changed, but I'm definitely feeling the sting a little bit more. Now, the one thing that's nice here, right, is that we're at 42%. So we are at that point where, you know, we're kind of wondering where our next few, like, upgrades for minerals are coming from. But overall, we're in a considerably better position than we were before. The rebel threat meter is less than halfway. You know, we've got a path towards upgrading the energy plant. And like once the energy plant's online, then I can sort of rip out the temporary power and you know get some waste receptacles until we're ready to work with the what am I trying to say, the until we build the smokestack. I think I'm going to try and get as many tier 3s built as I can. I do want to try and put down some more habitat pods. So you can see this thing's starting to take shape. I don't have enough for the monetization stations, so, well, we can do a couple. I want to be careful that I don't starve the generation of tier 3s, because that's ultimately going to be how that's ultimately going to be how I pay for the defense turret. So as you can see, I'm willing to drain my batteries a bit more than I did before. And that's because my expectation is that we should be able to connect and upgrade the energy plant before too long. I do kind of want to upgrade the headquarters. I should be able to afford it, actually. Let's roll the dice. But yeah, I want to upgrade this energy plant before I, excuse me, before I put somebody to work in it. All right, for tier 1 mineral. Okay, we're fine for tier 1 minerals. We are going to need isotopes soon, so I probably want to hold out for one of these patches. The reason why I upgraded the headquarters is that you get extra range on the... Oh, okay, power's down. You get extra range on the headquarters when you upgrade it, and so I want to, where I can, I want to try and get the furthest range that I can for things like my smokestack. How are we doing for... Okay, so for whatever reason we can't bring citizens in. Oh, right, because we don't have any power. That'll change in a little bit. As I mentioned before as well, building the headquarters the way that I have will also allow me to... it'll allow me to make another power floor if I need a sort of a shot in the arm for energy, although I don't think that will be true. Okay, work from home's done. And we're ready to put an employee in the fuel turbine, and one in the power plant should follow shortly. Again, nice thing about the perk that I went for, I am able to get influence by bringing migrants in. Okay, so we're at 125. The ideal would be to have 500, I think. Yeah, 500. So 100 for the smokestack, and then... sorry, 100 for the smokestack, and then 400 for the... for the defense turret. I'll probably build the smokestack here, because I'm only ever going to get one more, like, the ability to extend by one anyway. This is as far away as I can get from the headquarters. I'm probably going to claim this inert ruin, so I'll just put a highway sort of down the side here when the time comes. But for now, people will just, like, hand bomb the garbage. Actually, I should see whether or not people are... Yeah, okay, so everything's bad, so we'll dismantle these. I'm going to put down some waste receptacles. I was originally going to try and do another production line, but I think for now we'll put the waste receptacles in until we find a better means of disposal. So again, the nice thing is, yes, we're at 52, but at least we're discovering this problem early. And again, I kind of have the option of building the smokestack whenever I want, but I'm gonna work with this for now. Okay. It does mean that my tier 2s have suddenly become a lot more important, though. So I sort of starved the tier 3 line a bit, but that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I didn't turn off the power on anything. So I've got space for 4 more migrants. So this is going to be where the turret lives. Now, one thing I might want to consider is where do I put the energy pylon? I'm thinking probably here, because then I can just do the upgrade. That'll power the smokestack and the turret. In fact, there's nothing really stopping me from putting that down now. So in this case, I suppose we just wind up waiting for our 400 minerals. And I suppose if I want, I can grab some more artifacts. Actually, it would have been smarter for me to take these ruins because they get me goodies. And then this one, yeah, I should also get rid of this one because that gets me access for my smokestack. Okay, so just the preemptive upgrade. I could theoretically do another one, but I don't think it's necessary. And let's, for starters, I wasn't originally going to do this, but I actually think it's not a bad idea for me to get that early smokestack built. I'm fairly confident we're going to have what we need as far as the defensive turret is concerned, so we might as well start burning some garbage early. Okay, we don't have much in terms of tier 1 isotopes, sadly. We have these, but... but we do have a mine up here, so that's kind of clear where my next bit of expansion is going to go. Ah! Reduction in salaries are nice. That actually should probably tip me over the edge for... Well, no, it's 658, so almost tip me over the edge for 1,000 a day, which will allow me to get some more buildings. I don't think I need to worry about pollution resistance. So yeah, I guess the question is, do I start spending the 2 for the extra upgrades? Mine range, I don't think we need to worry about. Construction time, I'm not worried about. Trade tickets, maybe. Pollution resistance was probably good. Energy plant fuel requirement, waste generation's probably the one that I want to... Yep. Okay, that gives me something to work with. 100... Nope. More garbage carpets. Which is weird because they should actually be clearing that all out, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to build a bunch of waste receptacles. And then we're going to turn the smokestack on. So again, the wind's blowing northwest. Currently the only sort of living place is Factory 4, and it seems to me... So I was originally going to maybe try and expand some residential areas over here. That might change because of the isotope node, but maybe I put the mine over here and let it sort of blow out here. One way or the other, though, I have options as far as where I put my civilian buildings without it having to be close to the smokestack. So I'm not overly concerned. It's really the council hall that sort of kind of rains on my my parade. So, I'm gonna let this guy work away on his isotopes. Let's pick up some artifacts. Because I should probably get the council hall at this point. The other thing I'm worried about is that they may just let this place sort of, I don't know, drown in its own filth. And in that case, I wind up in the same problem that I had before. Not quite ready to go nuts on donating minerals, but it's an option I will keep open. Yeah, see, it says no room for waste on the floor, and yet there's clearly plenty of opportunities to clean stuff up. So I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to dedicate a unit to cleaning waste and supplying the smokestack. Because we're 3 tier 3 away from being able to build that valuable turret. I like artifacts. At some point I am going to have to clear out the remaining minerals and isotopes if I do want to use this for civilian purposes. But again, there's only so much I can do in any given time, so and I think as far as picking battles are concerned, this is the right use of it. Okay, so the good news is that unlike the last time, we have now actually built for defense. Next thing we want to do is, so at this point you can almost say what I'm trying to do is just build on the strengths that I have. Now this is a little bit of a weird situation because of the garbage. So one thing I might want to work on a bit earlier than I normally would is the logistics network, basically my roadways. And I might actually I might put the transport center here. It seems weird to do, but I can just build a roadway sort of snaking around this. Now the problem is that this won't actually touch the smokestack until, oh, actually I can upgrade the headquarters now, so not quite as mysterious as it used to be. And in fact, in this case, I will start with the transport hub. So let's actually work out the stuff that I'm going to build. So I think I can get by with the isotopes I currently have. Maybe I should be a little more careful before I say that. I am really short on isotopes. So maybe the mine is something I need to work on. What would be more important than the mine? Technically the residential and office, because it makes me so much more money, but I can keep building these work from home centers if I get that desperate. And I can already build a command center. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, we don't need to turn this thing on. I am, however, going to upgrade this. We need to wait till we're at 200 for the transport hub, so I think we're going to be sitting on that for a while. Again, it doesn't really matter until the range is increased, but that's going to be what happens from the headquarters. Let's take advantage of the influence I have right now to grab... Actually, I should have used it for this one. I've got 1, 2, 3 more ruins to work with. Also, they haven't been picking up the isotopes from this empty plot, so but I might shut down the isotope production line. No, we're still getting tier 1. I don't know. If it feels like the isotope line isn't going fast enough, I'm not opposed to just shutting that down. Okay. I am not sure. This will be helpful eventually. It's probably not the most important thing for me right now. I like movement speed. Start with the movement speed. I'll get rid of the fuel requirements. Yeah, I think I'll just, the nodes that I exposed, I'll take, I'll use those, and then I'll kind of consider my options when I don't have like obvious exposed nodes. Okay, so as you can see, the map sort of opened up for us. This is the last improvement that we can get in terms of our range. Everything else is going to have to come from HQs. Now, what I'm curious about is if I put down a command center, I'm still going to need a little more range for that. Ooh. I don't think I'm going to build the waste receptacle yet. It's clear that the problem is not receptacles, it's the fact that people are not actually cleaning stuff up. And more importantly, even though the rebel threat level is at 70... So the one thing I am worried about is the smokestack is currently exposed, but it's not doubled up yet. So if I need to burrow the city, I'll be mad about it, but it's not going to sink me. Well, I guess it technically would sink me. It's not going to be, like, the end of the run. So, what I'm curious about is whether or not we have the range that we need for mining, because I think that's actually something that's available to me in the tech web. That would be a really, really cool thing if I didn't actually need to build a command center to get this isotope node. Because it is in a fairly remote spot, right? Like, yes, there's stuff I can take advantage of, but I don't necessarily need to... Well, okay, actually the ruin monument's pretty cool, so maybe I'd take advantage of it anyway. But anyways, we'll see. It'd be nice if I don't need to build something like that. This gets me access to more isotopes, so that makes me happy. Okay, so let's take a look at... Oh, right, I don't have a mine yet. And I'm going to do something a little different here now. So this is less about saving power and more about just making the most of my employees. So I'm going to turn down the isotope refining line for now. So that basically frees up 2 people to clean up waste and otherwise move stuff. I'm gonna keep this line going because at some point people will be able, like, they are gonna pick up those tier 1 isotopes, and I do actually want them for construction. If I have to, I can use tier 3. It would just be nice if I didn't have to use my tier 3s. Curse our livability being high enough that we don't get bigger migrant ships. So I don't want to double up the smokestack yet. I want to, excuse me. I want to build the foundations of the transportation network first. And I'm going to wait on 30 influence to clear out the ruins. Oh, 40 influence. 50 influence. And yeah, let's go on to the next day so we can see whether or not I can afford Sorry, we want to go on to the next day so I can buy a mine and see whether or not I have to build the infrastructure to properly take over this area. Like I said, I may wind up putting the command center down anyway, but it's just nice to get an idea of whether or not it's feasible to put a mine without the command center. And it's not that much of a waste of my employees right now because we're just kind of clearing out ruins. Not, like, production's happening. We've got our 400 minerals. Actually, with that in mind, I guess it's because I don't have the isotopes. I was going to say I was going to put down the transport hub, but I want to keep the tier 3. Well, again, it's not that big of a loss if I use the tier 3. The reason I'm sitting on the fence on those is that it's nice to be able to upgrade the command center quickly. So if I can, I'd like to have the tier 3 isotopes in reserve. If I can. Oh, that's a real shame. It's too much waste for us to handle. They're bringing everything but the isotopes, it feels like. Okay. I think I'm going to wait till 20 influence so I can clear this, and then we'll clear this. Basically, until I start making money to buy a mine, I'm not really going to worry that much about the other stuff. So 10 influence to get these ruins. Now again, if I put down a military base or headquarters command center, I'll have more ruins to check out, but the rest of this is really just picking these up for their properties. Like absorbing pollution's great, sensor range, like all of this stuff is useful. I'm just thinking about the stuff that I can defend. So once we're at that point with the influence, what we'll do is we'll start gobbling up isotopes patches, then mineral patches, and oh yeah, I completely ignored the fact that we've got a mineral node staring us in the face. Now again, minerals are not going to be a problem. Minerals are something that I'm actually kind of tempted to put just a mining station and gobble these up here, but again, the isotopes are kind of the higher priority right now. Not that you'd know from the way that the workers are treating it. I think that's because I'll actually change that. So under normal circumstances, moving minerals makes sense. I've got more minerals than I know what to do with, so moving isotopes should be the higher priority because that's something we don't actually have in. So it is good, like it's a good thing that the game has added this ability to sort of adjust the priorities of your workers. I think there's two sets of changes that I'll usually make to those ordering, and one of those is I just think that there is a better set of defaults to work with. So for instance, putting ruin extraction above or salvaging, like basically the ability to get artifacts, putting that over some of the alternatives. I'm gonna buy a mine to begin with. I think that makes sense because generally you want the artifacts right away. And there were a couple of other ones, but they actually made those changes into the game. And they very nicely pointed out that it was, at least in part, observing how I played on the video that contributed to that decision. So if Brace Yourself happens to be watching on this, thank you for letting me know that. It's a minor point, but it's actually a very nice little thing because I realize I'm not that good at updating the bug reports. So it's nice to sort of know the streams have been helpful in that way. But yeah, so for the most part, what I'm noticing is that most of the changes I make to the game are circumstantial rather than just, I think it should have been started this way. And of course, the important thing is everybody has their own way of playing this game. So the fact that I have a set of preferences doesn't necessarily mean that the game is wrong. It's more what what I find helpful. I think I'm going to reduce the waste generation first. I do like energy plant fuel requirements, but the thing is I only have one energy plant and I've got more fuel than I know what to do with. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to use the scarce resource of research to do that right now. Okay, I can finally build my transport hub. Now, I don't quite have the freedom that I thought I was going to with my minerals, because I also want to build a command center. That command center is going to be built out of tier 3. This is also going to need power. So the problem is this doesn't really get me anything. I think probably just putting down... Yeah, I think claiming these rocks and blowing them up is going to be how I... Oh, but that's not going to work because I want to run a highway through this. So, I mean, I suppose... Like, I don't feel too bad about this because I was going to blow that up anyway, but... Okay, so let's think about the pylon. So if this is going to be where the highway goes, I guess... Well, however I cut it, I'm going to have to upgrade the thing, so... So once the transport hub gets built, then I'm going to build the road to... I'm going to start by building the road to the factory. I might sort of start surrounding it, but the factory is the most important because that's where the waste's... like, the most of the waste is being generated. I might even put a storage for waste here. Curse you! I have to pay for that extra storage at some point. So I think we're only really going to get four tiles of road out of this. But it's a start. I need 6. Oh! Well then. I'm good at math. Okay, so next up we put down an energy pylon here. Oh. And we gotta upgrade that at some point. I just buy the textbooks, I don't read them. So basically here, I'm probably going to wind up upgrading this to the top tier pylon, but the idea is this command center is going to give me a leg up and let me build a mine to get a little bit more of a reliable source of isotopes, although I'll probably wind up putting an isotope factory in this region as well. I don't even know what that word means. I don't file no Bibles. Trying to decide if I want to reopen that third tier on the isotopes. Yeah. I kind of need to do upgrades now. Okay, so where are we at here? Okay, there's a few things that I can mention here. So number one problem that I run into in this game, this is purely about my way of playing this game as opposed to a problem with the game, is that, as you can see, I have a lot of territory available to me, and what I tend to do is grow vertically instead of horizontally, and it's the least efficient way of handling my resources. So one thing I could try and do if I wanted more money would be to build like another work from home setup and so on and so forth. I've got 100 power that's currently not being used. And it is fair to say, like, in my opinion, it's a very useful way of thinking in Industries of Titan is to look at all of these kinds of surpluses here. As long as you've got your storage, you should see this all as waste, because this is stuff that, you know, should be going into building even bigger and better things to work with. I'm sometimes reluctant to do that just because I tend to run into situations like this one where I've sort of run short on sort of some necessities. Now, I suppose I can actually start the starting moves of the mine. Actually, there's some... Yeah, I should be... should at least be working on these ruins. Usually what I do is I'll have a mine and then I'll put sort of factories and storage nearby. In this case, it might make sense to sort of put the mine here like this. Roadway. Oh yeah, well, I'm definitely going to have the highway... Yeah, so I was originally going to have a highway going down like this, but I suppose I could have the highway go like so. So again, mine here. Factory... Yeah, it's a little weird to put the storage here, but I think that will work out. I'm a little scared about this investigation because... Oh, I forgot to put employees on the third line, I think. Yep. So this one I probably should clear out right away. But yeah, it's mostly I'm scared that I'm going to wind up... Yeah! Instead of clearing these out, this is just too tempting. So the minerals, again, they're not that big of a deal in terms of a raw resource, but the rest of this is definitely something that I want. Okay, actually, this works for me as far as the mine. The only thing that I'm curious about... Oh man, if I upgrade this pylon, I'll even be able to build the mine. Cool. Okay, so... this should probably wait for the... Now that I think of it, this should probably wait for the rebels to do their thing. Oh, man. Okay, fortunately, the rebels are probably not going to come from this direction, but it just occurred to me that the command center doesn't burrow. So if they try to attack the command center, I lose it. I don't think I want to give... Well, nah, we'll be fine. So one mine here, one mine here. If I have to burrow, I have to burrow. And then I'll try upgrading the command center. I'm happy to see this thing running 24 hours. Again, I'm not going to double this up until I have... until I have a shipyard. Shipyard's going to cost me 5,000 credits, so that's probably some time away. Not many options here. But yeah, basically... My hope is that the waste starts going down. probably won't, but... Well, I suppose the one bit of good news is that they're not, like, we do have... We're not blocked up. When I take a look at the employee management, we probably don't have that many free... Yeah. Don't really have that many free employees, so I'm probably going to want to think about conversion centers at some point. But at least under the status quo, like, we've got a pretty steady transport of waste. All of the pollution's being pushed away from the factory floors, which is good. Okay, let's go... Oh, I don't have the minerals for the mine. Ah, okay, so the upgraded energy pylon is very expensive. We'll be able to afford it, though. So do I want to upgrade the command center knowing I could potentially lose it to a rebel attack? I think I prefer building out... Yeah, I think I'd prefer building out my my base before that, to be honest. Am I missing something? Oh, right. The command center's not powered. So yeah, I have to upgrade the pylon, so eventually when the mine is doubled up, then we can start extracting from it, but that's not a super high priority. Okay, got plenty of options in the tech web now. Let's go for pollution resistance first. At some point, it's going to make a lot of sense to actually build the science upgrade, or like the science building, because you'll notice it's 22 minutes in order to... oh, I should have gone for the movement speed. Yeah, 22 minutes is kind of a long wait. So, again, at some point, I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to think about how I shorten that through the construction of a science building. The problem is that requires employees, and I don't have a lot of employees to dedicate to extra stuff. So, let's focus on the mine again. So I think I said, so mine, we got to do the highway here no matter what. Yeah, we can build the road as it goes, I guess. Oh, no, we don't have the points. It's probably better to build it further away from all the other buildings. So we'd clear... Ah, yeah, that's why it would make sense to upgrade the command center. Now I know why I wanted to do that. Okay, I've really been just trying to wait for the rebel threat level to bring them after me. I can buy something new. What do I need, though? Do I want to start building the residential areas? Probably want to build a conversion center before anything. Or do it... No, you know what? I am going to go residential and office first. I'm going to assume I still only need one truck. So again, it's important that I don't double these up. Again, reason not for doubling them up is for when the rebel attack comes in. Let's clear out the remaining ruins. Again, you can see that I don't have a lot of free employees because of the time that it takes to get everything done. And I suppose I could start trying to claim some of these inert ruins. The problem is that they are really tasty targets for the rebels. Yeah, so I'll settle for the minerals. I don't think we can claim this thing until we have, like, all of it. But yeah, I figure what I can do is I can at least clear out the path to the command center. I know we're going to upgrade this. Oh, actually, we can upgrade this now. So again, there's the risk that the rebels take this out, but I'm going to hope for the best. And then hopefully by expanding this command center, what we're going to be able to do is build a highway that avoids kind of wafting pollution in sensitive areas. Also, lots of resources to get picked up as soon as my workers feel so inclined. One thing I might want to try and do, actually, is just build a conversion center on the top floor of my headquarters. Okay, so this is kind of nice because it's going to force the employees to pick up these resources in order to construct the road. I don't really need the minerals for anything else. I'm focusing on isotopes right now for the command center. So I need 75 for the last bits of the road and about 80. I think it's 80. Yeah. Or sorry, 8. 8, not 80 influence. But again, part of this has mostly just been me running out the clock to try and get the rebel threat meter. Hail Hydrate. I actually have some water in front of me that I have not sipped once during the stream. I did finish my tea, but thank you, Immortal Velity. I've totally not been taking care of myself. So the reason this thing hasn't been blown up yet is they're too busy constructing the road. Again, that's fine. They're doing what I told them to do. Although I suppose I can start going on the other end of this now. Not quite enough influence. We'll get there. So I'm thinking probably we're... No. Oh, it's just because they haven't been moving it. So that is a problem. That pretty much seals it for me that I'm going to build a conversion capsule on the 3rd floor. Well, okay. Actually, we'll see the rate at which things are moving, but I think just because of the fact that we're not building anything. Sorry, we're not refining resources while we're building. I think that's probably, I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a threat once we start kind of caring about things. Like, again, where we are right now is fine. We know what's coming. Right now we're just sort of laying the groundwork for the next few steps. One problem that is going to emerge is I may not have enough money to bury the city if things go south in terms of the rebel attack. But we're at least at the start of the workday now, so maybe that's more of a statement for me. Hey, make sure that you leave some money in case you need to go underground real quick. Once the rebels are dealt with, we will double up the mine, and then we'll see. I don't know. We'll see where we're at in terms of upgrading the center. As you can see, the third tier upgrades are really expensive, and I feel like I should probably have the. I feel like I should have the production line in place before I mess too much with the like the high level isotope purchases. I also think once we start mining isotopes, it's probably the point where I need to start buying some trucks, because I don't like the idea of the truck bouncing between I like the idea of the truck sort of bouncing between isotope land to garbage land. Like right now we got a good thing going as far as the waste is concerned. It's also kind of hard to tell at this point whether the threat meter is going up because I'm growing stronger or just from the passage of time. Probably passage of time. But again, I'm not worrying too much about the money right now, just because I do want the option of putting the city underground if the rebels do show up. I think once I see that number hit 100, I'm going to do call to arms. It is going to take a little while for someone to get to the turret, and if the rebel base is close, I don't want them flying over the headquarters and going after this command center. Because again, if they go after the command center, there's nothing I can do about that. That's lost, and I would rather not lose it. I'm also mildly tempted to... this thing needs... Oh, it's 4. Okay, so we can take these up to
I've
2,
been
3.
watching you work from afar. Please, take it personally when I tear it all down, Founder.
Okay, this is a worry because of the smokestack. Yeah, it looks like they're moving at the wrong angle. This is going to get a little scary. Okay, so they're not targeting the smokestack. That's good. All right. We can now afford to double up the mine. That's such a dumb way of looking at it, but I'll take it. So this is going to be where the factory goes. This is going to be where the storage goes. So, for those of you who may be coming back to Industries of Titan from an earlier version, a few things have changed. So, one thing that was true was that turrets were obscenely powerful, and ships definitely did not feel very strong. So, turrets are a much longer term kind of a fight with the ships. Overall, I think the change is a good one. Like, I think it's good that when you are doing combat in Industries of Titan, the form of that combat is ship to ship for the most part. But the real problem with the turrets was not so much what it meant for the player. Like, this is fine, right? We know we're gonna win this. I'm not on the edge of my seat, wondering whether or not my enterprise is going to fall apart. But one thing that is true is that, how do I put this? Like, when you would, if you, like me, take your time to go after the rebel base, what would happen is you'd have multiple tier 3 turrets, and even your strongest ships would just be ripped to pieces before they could even do any damage. So essentially what you had to do was you would kind of acknowledge that even for the Doomstack Armada, that you were going to have some fraction of it be destroyed.
You're a lot smarter than most founders. I can respect that. If you can respect that, I will be back for blood next time.
Please don't.
I don't like the sound of that, Founder. Let's make sure we're prepared for their next attack.
But yeah, basically the problem is that the game is gonna, the game's gonna try and win. It's gonna do what it thinks is best given the circumstances, which is usually going to involve the construction of turrets. But again, just because the turrets wound up becoming so strong, the way that they sort of handled it was just to tweak the balance between them. And of course, the drawback is that if you rely too much on turrets, in my opinion, it does lead to these fairly, I don't know, I find turrets expensive, and I think ships are just generally a better way of dealing with rebel threats. But the way that the game has sort of handled that particular pendulum swing is that now it's actually kind of, I don't want to say difficult, but like, you can see that the shipyard costs 5,000 credits. Like, that's not something that's easy to get your hands on anymore. So as a result, I am actually slightly more inclined towards building turrets again now. One of the other things that I'll focus on, clearly I'm not going to be building any buildings for a while, but like, this is a great spot for the shipyard, right? I could build batteries or something like that, but I do need a shipyard at some point. This fits it perfectly. I'm trying to think of some other places. Well, I could probably even build a little bit more if I cleared out all of these minerals, but clearly the isotopes they're the bigger priority right now. I have what I need for the roadway. I'm not quite ready to turn this mine on yet. I feel like there's more that we can do. But there is going to be a point at which I probably want to get this thing going. I definitely can't afford a dedicated isotope line, like other than the one that I've already got going here, until I think I can really do that until I've got a conversion capsule going. And the drawback here, well, what does that cost actually? Six mineral CUs. So annoyingly, I'm going to use the tier 3 minerals for that. So as a hypothetical. Well, okay, first thing we do is we put down a relay. So this is the minimum that I would need to get the conversion capsule down. If I put it one high, yeah, that's not. So yeah, this is the best placement for that item. Conversion capsule down here. Now again, this is going to generate a bunch of waste. It's going to be miserable, but maybe we just start with that. And again, if I want, I've got my power floor down below, but maybe that's not the most important thing for me to be building right now. But I do think getting to my employee cap, well, yeah, this is a tough call actually, because the way it's working right now with the number of employees and the number of citizens with jobs, I'm getting just 1,000 a day, which means that I'm basically going to be able to, I've already got the residence, so I should be able to build the office. But again, where am I building all this stuff? this is actually kind of a miserable place to be living. Here's arguably better. Or I do what I said I was going to do before, and then I just build another work from home setup. So I guess the question I have for myself right now is like, what would be wrong? What would be so bad about doing that if I don't want to make sort of permanent housing right now? The answer is nothing. So, what does our coverage look like? Yep, no, that's okay. So I'll build. I'll actually follow my own advice for once. So again, this isn't going to be permanent, but the idea here is that I'm going to build basically the same factory that I built here. It's going to require a whole heck of a lot of tier 2 minerals, but I don't exactly have a shortage of those. And yeah, I'd really love to double up the smokestack, but I think probably we wait until we have... Maybe we wait until we have the shipyard built. So building the extra work from home setup is so that I can get that shipyard faster. So eventually what I'm going to do, basically the factory that you see here, right, that's focused on, you know, these 2 production lines. The way I normally build it is I put another tier 1 to tier 2 machine on the end here, and there's essentially 2 dedicated lines. But the ideal form for Factory 5 is that those 2 lines are going to be dedicated to isotopes directly from this mine. And this is like one of the most efficient systems for getting tier 3 isotopes that you can get. The problem is that that's also very labor intensive. So you have 8 workers just doing the refining. And then on top of that, you generally have a bunch of people dedicated to sort of moving the isotopes and all of that around. So I could achieve that if I was at 30 employees, but again, if I'm going to be sitting at you know, 1568 for income and 560 for expenses, that's going to take a while. So in this case here, this is why I'm building up that second work from home setup. It's not even necessarily to get me to unlock the buildings faster so much as it is about me being able to support a larger workforce. Although, on the other hand, it is also nice to be able to have a lot of, you know, a lot of credits to be able to build the stuff from. Hello, Vanguard Master. Hopefully you didn't catch the very end of the stream. I think you have, actually, because I'm already an hour over, but I did get my clock cleaned on the first 2, so I figured it was kind of fair to go a little bit later. The problem is that I've been trying to work on a video for someone, and I think because of the late hour, I'm not going to get that much work done on it tonight, and I have to work in the office tomorrow, which means that there's not, like, that's fine because tomorrow evening I can do the extra work, but then that just means all the stuff I wanted to do tomorrow evening is going to be pushed off. And the problem with that is eventually that comes back to the stream, either in the sense that I'm really tired and not doing my best, or it comes to the stream in the form of, like, I just wind up starting really, really late because of something, you know, something else. So I don't think it was very realistic for me to make the kinds of progress I was hoping to do on the video tonight anyway, but it would have been nice to at least sort of not lock in a couple of gains. But I also have some work stuff that I need to catch up on, so busy times. But I can't remember if I mentioned this or not. I did actually. So there's two cool things. So number one, as you will know, for a while I felt largely under or unappreciated at work. And I have not just got, so it's not just that I got a promotion, which I sort of feel has been a long time in coming, but again, let's not worry about the past. It's happened now, and that's good. But it actually turns out my manager asked, so I was given sort of this acting role as sort of a, like, you know, keep him happy for a little bit, but it sort of expired and wasn't really renewed. So it was this like less than 4 month period where I was, you know, seeing a little bit of extra money, but the matter wasn't permanent. But they were asking when that ended, because it seems like they're sort of retroactively applying that promotion. So basically, for all intents and purposes, it will be as if I got promoted on that day, which is kind of cool. In fairness, like, to me, I do still feel that I'm starting to close the gap of where I feel I should be sort of career-wise. But I also don't think there's a lot of value in being like a big wet blanket about that. The fact that there is some momentum where previously I did not feel that that was necessarily the case is actually a really positive development. So I sort of want to acknowledge I kind of want to acknowledge that before focusing too much on on being all mopey. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn off the tier 3 side, just because I'm going to want to have a bunch of tier 2 modules. And I think I'm going to turn off the isotope side entirely. It's tempting. Yeah, okay. I'll wait for one more tier 3. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear about a stressful and unproductive day. You know, there's something kind of annoying about somebody talking about wins like that on a day when you're not feeling 100%. So my apologies for that. Anything in particular made it grim, or just one of those days? I've had a lot of those days lately, so. I'm really hooked into Titan right now, actually. I'm probably gonna, let's try and finish the work from home setup. I do want to keep an eye on the threat level, but. So one of the reasons why I shut down those production lines wasn't even necessarily because I didn't have a use for the stuff. It was more so, it's nice to have the extra workers to make the stuff happen. One of the other things I was debating on, so with Industries of Titan, like I do want to get back. Actually, so I will admit, I'm not feeling like I covered this game very well today. And part of the reason for that is I kind of rushed a little bit so I could try and get back to where I was before. And I think the problem with that is that I just wound up going very quiet, which probably isn't very enjoyable. Well, not exactly quiet, but like just sort of, you know, I am pushing the button to get the monetization station down. Now I'm pushing the button to place the monetization, like essentially reading out stuff that is obvious to anybody who's paying attention. But I would like to sort of show off a little bit more of the campaign mode if I can. It was your neighbor, the one who got a restraining order against for threatening your mom. Jesus, it snowed all of last night and today, and he spent the whole day shoveling his driveway and attempting to bury your car in front of the house. That is the worst like, you know, particularly on Twitch, right? You're not going to get along with everyone. There's gonna be people you don't care for. That's just part of life, and part of being a grown-up is learning to handle that. But like the like, I have a legal protection against me for doing the thing I really want to do. So now I'm just going to severely inconvenience the individual. That is just a special kind of douchebaggery that I really like. I get to one extent, but I also sort of can't conceive. It's really frustrating. I'm sorry to hear that, Vanguard. He's 83. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of old people who are not grown up. And when I say old people, I don't mean, like, that's not specifically the 83 thing. I mean, like, anybody, like, over 20-year-olds who are not grown up. Yeah, honestly, like, it's a tough one, Vanguard, but, like, the thing is, like, you're probably gonna wind up having to deal with snow anyway, and it's, like, it sucks. Nobody likes shoveling snow. But, like, to just minimize the amount of effort and, like, thought that you have to put into it is honestly the best way that you can handle it. Because if you like, this is... Honestly, like, this does bring me back to the work stuff. Like, it's one of the reasons why I reached out to game developers to ask them if there was data that I could work with. Because the amount of just bad feeling I had about the workplace and, you know, any kind of lack of progress. Like, one of the things I was most worried about was the stuff that I was dealing with on yesterday's stream. Just the idea of feeling like I'm sort of losing my skills and I'm not practicing them. And so, for me at least, I think the time has come for me to upgrade this center. Like, there are some things I can do about work. Not all of them are the things that are necessarily going to change things the way that I want them to be. Like, ultimately, I wound up going to an entirely different division. But I will say, it sure was a heck of a lot better to think about a set of problems that were sort of... This is going to sound very conceited, but, like, were worthy of me. And that was something really nice to, like, work on and think about and not have to worry about, I don't know, like, just to not dwell on the negative stuff. And again, I realize it sounds like new agey and, you know, like, life isn't always that easy. But I don't know. I'm hoping that you're able to find some kind of equilibrium. Your only concern with him doing that is he's called parking to report the car for being parked there. Legally, you have to move it every 3 days. Not possible anymore due to the snow. And I hope they don't show up again, or if they do, that they understand the situation. Otherwise, you couldn't care less about the snow. Yeah, that is definitely a complicating fact. Because, like, I've actually had to deal with... So there's, like, a bylaw about derelict vehicles. And, like, I didn't drive my car very much, but I did pay for a parking permit. And, like, I did have everything sort of set up to, like, you know, if I did need to drive. And it didn't matter. Like, apparently there was a bylaw that basically said, in the US, that basically says, like, on extremely flimsy pretexts, the police can basically just tow whatever they want. I definitely know the frustration of working with those kinds of laws. I can appreciate where the concern comes from. I don't know, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. Does anybody have a good definition of, like, what a Twitch chat or what a stream thing is? Like, there's a community. I think, I don't know, like, there there is a type of broadcast which, and I think this can be, like, there can be a bit of a symbiotic relationship here where, like, people bring up the, like, really grim stuff, or like they, you know, it's not my place to be evaluating the truth, but like all of a sudden you're wondering, it's like, wow, like this seems to be a chat where quite literally the worst possible things that can happen to a human being are all concentrated in this one area. And, you know, it's because people are getting a certain degree of attention, and, you know, that's just someone decides that's how they're going to be in their particular moment, right? And like streamers will do that and sometimes promote that because it gives them that, you know, big sense of self and being a, you know, being a good person. You know, I know a lot of people who are very unpleasant people in real life, who really like to play up the, you know, the good person side of their stream. And to be honest, I'll go so far as to say I would actually much prefer there to be more positive streams, even disingenuously positive streams, than people who are just moping about stuff. But I guess the thing is that, like, clearly it is not just a collection of people who sit in passive silence watching someone play a video game. That strikes me as a very boring activity, if I'm completely honest. So yeah, like, I don't think, like, again, I'm not looking for some, I don't know, Twitch equivalent of the, like, so when I grew up, I went to the Salvation Army, so like there's the mercy seat where you kind of go up and confess your sins and come back, you know, born again or whatever. I'm not looking for the Twitch equivalent of that, but, you know, I think I obviously care about the people who show up in the channel as more than just a concurrent view. Like, I'd rather, if someone was bugged about something, for them to be able to say what was on their mind and to work through it. You know, I mean, sometimes it's nice just to be able to entertain, and hopefully it provides a nice distraction to whatever's on someone's mind too. Like, I think that's also a legitimate way that that a stream can help. But yeah, I don't think, like, there is the type of viewer where it's a very subtle way in which basically the stream all of a sudden becomes all about them. And I definitely don't feel that you're, you know, anywhere near that. So yeah, I don't think you should apologize for that stuff. That said, you know, if you want to keep it private, like, I totally get it too, right? Like, I think that's the, maybe just so I can be clear, there is another strategy that I don't like a lot in Twitch land, and that is the, you know, the definition of the out group, the other, to be able to, you know, show who the good people are, who are obviously always in the stream. So, you know, please, the thing I don't want to do is say it's like, oh yeah, those people who are big fakes and they make up, you know, the terrible diseases they have, or, you know, the war that's happening in their, you know, G7 country. Clearly that's not where I'm trying to go, right? Like, just focus on the stuff that you enjoy. But yeah, with that in mind, right, like, inside of the context, I think it's completely legitimate for someone to say, yeah, you know what, this has been bugging me and I don't have somebody to talk about it. Obviously, the I don't have somebody to talk about it side is maybe something people don't want to, that part maybe they don't want to share. But simply put, please feel free to be yourself in the chat. And I'm hoping nobody feels that they need to put on airs inside of it, because I am not important enough to do that. Yeah, sorry, I was talking about something earlier. One of the things I was hoping to try and do was, I've been working on a blog, and like, I've wanted to deliver this thing. I've been promising myself I would finish it the last 2 nights, and then there's another improvement for me to do, and I was debating on doing writing on stream, but I don't think writing on stream has ever really worked out for me. I like reading the blogs on stream, but writing the blogs on stream never quite seemed to work as well as I feel like they should. Anyways, I've really gone over on it. Like, I'm already an hour over, and at this point, I'm just purely playing the game. Actually, here's a question. I'll admit, one of the things I don't like about what I do is I dislike the number of times that things become movie analogies for me. But you know what? Sometimes it's appropriate. Have any of you seen an Australian TV series called Mr. In Between? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear you're moving ahead on the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other shows that have done. Mr. In Between's quite good, and I really like the story behind it because I think oh God, what was it? Like, the guy behind it, like, he did this student short, which was really well received, and I think for like a decade, maybe even longer, he just kept getting these offers to like do something and like, you know, develop it into a series or whatever. And like, it never came through. This is a very common story in Hollywood, by the way. But like, I think he was basically at the point of throwing in the towel. He's like, you know, you're 40, you know, you've been working like, I think it was like working as a taxi driver or something like that. But it's like, you really don't have a lot to show for this. Like, you gave it your best shot, and like, maybe it's time to focus on something else. And yeah, anyways, long story short, FX wound up picking up this series In Between, and it wound up being very successful. It did three seasons, and then it's done. I don't know what his next deal is, but definitely like one of these stories of someone who clearly had a lot of talent, and for one reason or another was not really appreciated. By the way, I have a theory that you can understand a lot about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul through this lens, because there's a couple things about Vince Gilligan's writing career that I think are, I think they're quite clear. I think you can trace a pretty clear line in terms of the development of characters like Walter White and Saul Goodman for once you know a couple things about his writing career. But anyways, focusing on Mr. In Between. But basically, the series is about a hitman who is also balancing being kind of like he's divorced, so like taking care of his kid, and also trying to be a good partner to this woman that he sort of meets and starts a relationship with. So like, to a certain extent, when you think of like what it's about, it's not exactly a story you haven't seen in other forms before, but it works really well. I think because there's, like, for me, one easy way to win me over on most things is just to have comedy in it. I definitely like laughing, and I think generally, I think there's too much of a tendency for people and entertainment to take itself too seriously. So generally, like, when there's humor and stuff, I like that a lot. But one of the things that is true about this character is I think he outright says it in the series, actually, is that he just generally feels that there's a lot of people who can be bullies or otherwise act in a really inconsiderate and mean-spirited way, because there isn't someone to basically give them a punch when they act that way. That essentially they're sort of using social norms and laws, with regards to violence as a shield for their really intolerable behavior. And there are a lot of cases where he will break those norms, sometimes to his detriment. And for some reason, now again, just with this in mind, Vanguard Master, please do not take the lesson that may be implied out of this. Like, obviously, I suspect there's a certain degree of wish fulfillment going on with this part of the show, where wouldn't it be nice with the really obnoxious person to just clock him one? And of course, the thing is that prison is real and unpleasant, and it's just simply not worth it. But on the other hand, like, I think the core of the insight is true, right? That there are, I don't know, like, everyone's been a kid. Like, everyone knows there's the ways that you can follow the rules but still really annoy your target. And if you've not done that yourself, then you certainly have been the victim of it. I think probably the reality is most people have been both on the giving and the receiving end of it. But yeah, like, I suppose the difference is that there are people who grow out of that, and then there are the people who, no way! It's the 3 that I needed, and there's too much storage. All right. Well, I mean, I knew this when I signed up for it. But yeah, I don't really know if there's anything more to say on that other than I'm sorry that's happening to you, Vanguard. And yeah, it sounds really, really annoying, and it definitely sounds like something you shouldn't have to deal with. So I'm glad that you've kept your cool. Okay, I think I'm going to have to call it here. I realized that it would have been better maybe to end after the attack, but we're in a pretty good place for this playthrough, I think. It'd be nice to be making a bit more money, but other than that... Actually, sorry, there is one other thing that I want to do. I want to make a mess. I forgot to build the bridge. It's probably not the best place for me to put that, actually. We'll stick it there for now. Because I'm also probably not going to build more than one conversion capsule. Come to think of it, I could actually just probably give it its own power supply and pull from the... Yeah, what I really wanted to do here was just start... I really just wanted to start converting some more workers. Because, like, in one sense, I've got so many idle, like, I should just build up the next production line in the factory and get going, but it would be nice to... Well, actually, Let's split... yeah, this is a tough one, right? It's actually probably better for me to dismantle... Yeah. I'm actually going to start dismantling this production line. Oh. We'll turn everything on first. It'll be like a skeleton crew. but I think I should actually start making the second... I think I should actually switch to Factory 5 and... Wait, was that Factory 5? Yeah. I think, I actually think the time has come to get this thing up and running. The main reason for that is just it's clear that so much of the production is being slowed down by the mess. So being able to move it to a new location, I cannot believe I did that. Being able to move it to a new location is going to help me like just kind of keep the pace up. So, first things first, let me make sure that this factory is... Okay, yeah, so it's still just producing tier 2s, which is where I want it to be. I may try and repurpose this for, like, tier... for, like, minerals, but for the time being, let's focus on rebuilding our isotope lines. The other thing was I was actually really looking forward to reading The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen tonight, but I'm so not going to have the time to do that. It's also all cleared out. I guess I need to turn this on. So we're pretty much done, but I just want to be sure that I'm not leaving goodies on the table. This is going to create a lot of waste, which I'm not happy about, but we kind of need to deal with that before... Ooh. Okay, that's fine. This is all done. And again, we make a big mess. This is fine because if I were to do the mineral production... Actually, come to think of it, I didn't need to dismantle that much. I probably could have gotten by with making the mineral production line that way. But that's fine, because maybe I want to handle things a bit differently. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I suspect it feels like Unity is kind of the team to beat when it comes to that sort of stuff, but I also suspect that's probably because people have bigger libraries of stuff in the Unity library rather than there necessarily being a particular preference for it. So that's nice that they're still doing sort of the freebies. Okay, we're gonna do this last group, and then for real, I'm gonna call it. I feel like I've made a mistake here somehow. Nope, no, I remember what I'm doing now. So under normal circumstances, what I would be doing is making the second line at the same time, but I just do not have the capacity for that right now. So I'm going to settle for a replacement line, get it up and running, get the mine up and running, and hopefully we don't make too much of a mess. Fortunately, I think yes. I do get a little bit of freedom in terms of where I place some things. So there's a side of me that says I really should wait and just build up to the the ship, but I am actually going to get the office and the conversion center first. Okay, yeah, like there is a side of me which says, well, why don't we just make the second line and that way you'll have the waste receptacle and such, but I don't know. I think this is fine. So this is using up 4 employees right now. So in terms of dedicated employees that we have, 7 unassigned. That's actually not too bad. We can also do some more conversions. But yeah, I think, oh yeah, sorry, also, well, hang on. We haven't used up all our tier 1s yet. And I'm slightly inclined to, like, so right now I'm at very rich quality. That's only going to last so long. It's probably not a bad idea for me to, oh, that's a shame. I was thinking I might be able to let the pylon catch that ruined monument, but it won't. But yeah, essentially what I want to do is, in the last possible moment, start mining this thing. 1, because it takes up a worker, but 2, because it's nice to have, like, basically it's nice to get the maximum return on this mine. So again, using the stuff we were able to get out of the ground before we use the stuff that well, it's all coming out of the ground, but like before using the thing that will degrade in quality over time. There's also a couple things that I want to consider about in terms of my my influence usage. So it's tempting to go for the ruin monument. It does have a high energy cost that would actually push us over the edge as far as energy needs. Again, I do have the option of upgrading the plant and the fuel turbine, but it does help me get influence, so that may be something I want to consider down the road. For now, though, I'm just going to keep converting converting employees, at least until we, you know, we're out of balance. Yeah, I mean, there's clearly a lot of effort that's been put into the Unreal Engine. I've actually seen, so I don't know that much about game engines, but I do know, like I have seen a couple of their presentations in terms of some of the stuff that they are working on. And honestly, like it does seem to be that there's a number of the different like the big developers, let's say, do sort of seem to be working on very similar kinds of problems. So, you know, that personally, I find that kind of interesting, especially because it does tend to line up with some of the stuff that I worked with in school, or at the very least, I had something of an understanding of. That does not mean that I will at all be useful to people who are making games in any capacity other than a data analyst. But I don't know. I find that sort of stuff interesting personally. But yeah, I need to wrap this up because I'm now an hour and a half past, and I think we're in a good place for the save. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me. Happy All Souls Day. If I was not focusing on Industries of Titan, I would have played Dark Souls. Yeah, well, I mean, like, so I get the impression for a very long time that, you know, I don't think Epic has ever given up on making games, and clearly Fortnite has changed things a lot, but I suspect probably what was driving that company a lot was the development of its technology, like the licensing of the Unreal Engine. And I think the type of client that Unreal was looking for a while was very different from Unity. And I think both of the companies now are actually trying to pursue non-gaming uses, and not just metaverse stuff, but, you know, architectural visualization and Hollywood and, you know, lots of other things like that. Now, my usual view is that this sort of stuff does benefit the game developers for the same reason that, like, I kind of feel that deep down, like, Canon and Nikon are not just focused about consumer or even professional in the sense of, like, sports photography. I suspect that probably they are really focused on developing all of the, like, medical and other scientific technologies, which will probably be considerably more high margin and just otherwise, more profitable for them. So, and this does not mean that the consumer electronics are something that they just kind of toss away. It's very clear that they want to hold their market share there, and they've got some tough competition. So Sony's really been killing it with their cameras. Camera phones are amazing now. But, like, the thing is that, like, you're probably not seeing Canon trying to push the envelope in terms of its lenses so that it can sell you a better DSLR, or mirrorless now, I guess, is where everybody's going. But, like, they're pursuing that because it makes them that much better in the other stuff that they're pursuing. So, you know, again, there's some tech. I think, like, the way Unity likes positioning itself now is, like, real-time visualization, or whatever they called. Yeah, just, well, perfect example there, Vanguard Master. To me, I just see and again, there's different views on this. Like, I know a lot of people are like, man, Unity used to be so good. Okay, actually, do you want to hear okay, actually, no, I'll go halfway on it. I think a lot of you will know the game that I'm talking about. There was a game that was announced at an E3. It was like a really, really popular trailer. And I'll be honest with you, I actually wasn't that thrilled by it. Like, I thought it looked very beautiful, but the game underlying it, the little bit of the game I could see, did not really seem like anything that interesting. It sort of seemed like, it really seemed like it was resting on the fact that the trailer did not like allow you to see what the experience was. And the game still hasn't come out. Like, it's been years. And from what I understand, the game has been sort of redone. One thing that did interest me was there was a game with a comparable, I'm not necessarily going to say like inspired by or copied, but like when that game came out, that game actually does look really good. And I've noticed that this creator really no, okay, again, I want to be really clear here. This guy has clearly done more than I ever will as far as gaming is concerned. But I do get the impression that this guy really likes to spout opinions on Twitter and really likes to be sort of the guy who made this trailer, the guy who's made this very promising game. And they definitely are very, very long on opinion. And at this point, I'm thinking, it would be nice to see something to back this up, especially because I am really not at all that impressed by the opinions. But when John, so all of this is like a massive scaffolding for the idea here. Like, obviously John Riccitiello has not been popular during his time at EA. He's not popular during his time in Unity. I don't even necessarily think that's a unfair view of him, right? Like, I don't have a huge dislike of the guy personally, but I definitely get why people are not that impressed by him. And okay, tell you what, Vanguard, I'll DM you. I really don't like, especially for this guy, because I have a feeling that there's probably it's just one of these things where like word will get around. And I don't know. I suspect if I were to just one-on-one with the guy, I'd just find out we have two very different sets of priorities, and perhaps my reading of why they are the way that they are is wrong. But I don't know. I just really do not like kind of crapping on something. There's just something, I can write an article, and at the very least somebody will sit down and read the article, and they can respond and sort of defend themselves. If I just start saying I don't know, it's kind of if I were to go around and start spouting off on Hideo Kojima and this and that, Kojima this and Kojima that, and he doesn't know about X, Y, or Z. It's that sort of stuff. It's not like he's going to have a long, dark night of the soul, that this mouthy streamer has these opinions about him. But what am I really contributing, right? Especially if I'm talking about this guy being long on opinion and short on delivery. Now, again, there are some things that do rub me the wrong way, particularly the way that he obviously got a bit pissy about the fact that there was a game that people were really into that had kind of taken the space that he sort of felt entitled to after doing this big, after he had this big reveal and then didn't deliver the game. That really bugged me. But again, who cares that I hold that opinion, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's just one of these things where I sort of feel like there's a time and a place. I would much prefer, if there was an issue, it would just be kind of nice to have it out one-on-one, or at the very least to have an exchange of ideas. And I sort of feel like me throwing stones, behind my little stream is not quite the right way to go about it. But with that in mind, I do think that there's something kind of useful. And again, this is, I've really this is as far as I've gotten to actually talking about this, because there's just that side. It's like, just be better. Like, just do your thing, man. You don't need to you don't need to you don't need to be nasty. But I'm reflexively nasty, and this is the problem. But anyways, so I'm sure a number of you know that I did write an article on John Riccitiello's his ill-considered comments about game development nowadays. And like, again, there was an inflammatory headline. He was trying to get attention. I think he probably got more of the attention that he didn't consider that he actually may not have wanted. But he said something dumb and people got mad at him for saying it. And I just thought that the number of people who were like, I'm going to stop using Unity for this now. And I'm like, are you really? Like, have you made a game? Are you actually a business person who would uproot a really important thing? Like, if you've got a game that you're making right now, you're actually going to go through the pain of changing engines midway through because some CEO dissed you? Like, get serious, right? I can understand people are on the margin sort of saying, it's like, you know what, I'm done with this company. We'll do Unreal in the next one. But even then, right, you're consuming resources to do that sort of switch. And again, I just think, like, there are ways that Unity may not be working for you. I think there's actually a number of things that Unity have done which have sort of given a clear breaking point for people to consider otherwise. But like, especially the people saying going to Godot, it's like, do you want to do a console release? What's your plan for that, right? There is a way of doing a console release, but generally it involves paying people money. So, that's probably not what people are thinking of when they think of switching to Godot, but that's something you need to deal with at the time. But in any case, it was actually a surprisingly popular one by my standards, obviously. If you haven't read it, I'm happy to give you the link, but I did write something on Riccitiello's comments, and like basically I kind of went briefly into the financials on Unity and like why it was the way that it was, and what he probably was trying to say, and just generally trying to be a grown-up in terms of what the response to that article. But what did intrigue me was someone did draw my attention to this developer I was talking about, and they tweeted out, "That's it, time to publish an article I've been writing for a while about Riccitiello's disastrous leadership over the last few years, destroying the Unity that was indie, wholesome, and universally loved into a faceless and meaningless monster." That was written on Bastille Day, by the way, July 14th. A month later, somebody says, actually I wrote this on my birthday, would be curious to read this. And the guy says, working on it. He's posted a screenshot in August with like a bunch of stuff and is like, oh yeah, it's being really researched. And this guy, who has again been years late in delivering this highly anticipated game, has failed to deliver on the epic John Riccitiello diss track. And I'll be honest with you, like, especially because he's doing like hashtag fire John Riccitiello, save Unity. He's destroying Unity, all of this stuff. Like, I know the article's not going to be good because the stuff that John Riccitiello is doing is actually what the board hired him to do. This is actually a way that Unity has been going for quite some time. Now, again, that doesn't mean that he is the right CEO for the job. That doesn't even mean the direction that it's going is a good one, right? There's room for debate in terms of that. But this is just jumping, like, the thing is that this is the difference between kind of like going pro and being the kind of guy who really likes spouting stuff on the internet. Like, if you want to pander to your gamer audience, saying you don't like John Riccitiello is a really easy thing, right? Nobody likes what he did at EA. And insofar as people care about Unity, like, again, I just think the average gamer probably likes to have opinions on game engines and is absolutely not affected by the changes that happen inside of game engines. I mean, to give you an example of the kind of dialogue that's going on about that, I should at least have the Titan music up on the background. But the like I can remember Assassin's Creed Unity. You know, it's obviously not a well-received entry in the series, although I actually think among one of the most beautiful in the series. That is a very, very good-looking game. But I think you can still see in the Steam discussions, like, was this game made in Unity? Is this why it's the worst Assassin's Creed? Is this why they called it Unity? Like, this is just dumb, right? Hollow Knight is made in Unity. Phantom Brigade's made in Unity. Like, these are great. Ori and the Blind Forest and whatever the sequel was, those are Unity games. Like, it's not the engine that's making the game amazing. It's all of the work that people are doing with those tools. And, you know, like Baldur's Gate 3 is done in Larian's, you know, proprietary engine. But CD Projekt Red is moving to Unreal now. Actually, so far as I can tell, 11-bit studios, the Frostpunk people, are also moving to Unreal. So, but anyways, yeah, that's I was gonna actually say the name. I'm sure I probably said enough stuff that people probably know what I'm talking about. But I don't know. I honestly find that kind of stuff dumb. Although the one thing I do like about writing is that I can sometimes feel a little bit bad on the streaming side of things, where I'll see things that maybe really don't work for me and I don't really have a good frame of reference for why something like that is popular. And I sometimes wonder, is like, I'm not asking to be huge, but, surely I can do better than that. I never really feel like that about writing. So, like, again, this guy is going to have a bigger audience. Like, having not delivered an article, this guy is going to have a bigger audience than I ever will for writing. But writing tends to be enjoyable for the sake of it. That's one of the reasons I wrote that Unity article, because it was a chance for me to sort of engage in depth on something that I was interested in. But I really didn't need to go on that rant. I don't think I delivered on the promise of that rant. But let's see if somebody's online, see if we can host them. Hopefully somebody maybe with Industries of Titan. And particularly because I don't exactly feel like I've been God's gift to streaming tonight. Thank you all for putting up with me. Let's host the Wolf Arok. I actually recommended a really silly movie for him. But yeah, I've got oh god, actually, speaking of writing, I have to get my writing done. I have to get some work stuff done. Yeah, I'm probably not even touching that video tonight. Anyways, though, have a good night, everybody. Please enjoy the Wolf Arok. I have no idea what he's playing tonight, but I need to wrap up. I'll be back Friday. I think we're going to do more Against the Storm, which means I need to figure out what on earth I'm doing with Imperium's Greek Wars. But Against the Storm was actually really enjoyable, and I played myself into a corner in that. So I'd like to see how it all turns out. Anyways, have a lovely evening. We'll see you next time, Friday. Take care.